Hello. Oopsie. Where is this camera? Okay, I'm more sitting towards the... I'm going to be putting it here. So, check on stream health just now at some point. Blah, blah. Oh, that's webcam elements. Hello. Guys, I will read that chat and we will discuss. It seems like you guys are having a bit of a chat there. Properties. Debate diagram. Oh yeah, I did it in Edge. Hold up, boys and girls. I'm gonna close this off. And open my Chrome, because it worked better with Chrome. So let's do the Chrome version. What? I didn't disable chat. That's weird. Nice to meet you. No. No. We are going to the YouTube and the Miro. Edge, the browser of champions. The browser of slow, apparently. Although it was performing well for me. Let's rather do that. Oh, let me close this. The chat is running in Edge, so good luck. Library. There we go.
People are still saying...
Hey, relax, bitch. Yes. Oh, fuck off, OBS. Yeah, you better tell me it's reconnected. Good. Okay, are we ready? Gosh darn it. Okay, oopsie. Oh, I moved it because we were watching something and looking at something. Maybe I zoom in. I will crop this for you guys. This, it was either this. I could have done this without you guys watching, but then where's the fun in that? Ta-da! Okay, let's just check the audio. MCP, out of that, Chrome. Thank you. There you go. Shut up, I'm not gonna do a recording. Oh my god! I'm saying oh my god because I made that. How are you guys enjoying my mood lighting? A darker. Okay. Let us see what chat is up to. I was trying to get the to zoom in. I'm trying to zoom in. Wait, it should be from here. Control Alt. Okay, I'm gonna open chat in Chrome. Well, actually, I'm not. Pop out chat. Just do what you gotta do. Just read, Chinsia. Just read. Just use your eyes. Okay, fine. I'll use my fucking eyes. Okay. What is in the middle? The Chrome video. There we go. Makes me look sickly. Oh no! Let me go, because I glow in the dark. I'll go and turn on the light. Oh, sorry, Axel. Jesus. Axel got a fright. The fright of his life. Okay, let's turn off the preview. Okay, let's see what you guys are on. Okay, so I was in chat during. Okay, first of all, somebody wanted to give me a sexist suggestion. They can go ahead if they're still here. I was in chat during the last session, this last Sargon and Vaush stream. I'm not really sure what happened at the end. I lost my mind. It could just be bias against Vaush, but you guys weren't tracking the argument. We weren't tracking the argument because it wasn't making sense to me. So I cut it off. I was taking notes and it just wasn't computing. So that's why I stopped. Basically, at the end, Vaush had just substantiated that capitalism and democracy were incompatible. Honestly, it was strange that Sargon didn't argue on that point, and instead bit the bullet. Sargon was basically saying that you don't need democracy for some reason. Vaush's argument, you can't have capitalism and democracy. We need democracy, therefore we can't have capitalism. It's a valid argument. It was strange to me that Sargon didn't object to the major premise and instead was starting to argue against democracy. Yeah, that's true. But here, see what Andrew says later. This is definitely not rhetorically effective because most people believe in democracy. So he has a weak position and a lot of ground to cover arguing why democracy isn't ethically necessary. Yes, that's the big. Then it becomes democracy, an argument of democracy versus monarchy versus any other kind of governance. It's not a valid argument. We have democracy and capitalism now. True, we are continuing to improve both, but just because corruption exists doesn't mean that capitalism and democracy are incompatible. Andrew carries on. Also, Sargon isn't a liberal, so his arguments are only unusual if you think he is. Sargon is some brand of reactionary. He calls himself a post-liberal while supporting the descriptive views of academic agents. So him attacking democracy would be par for the course. I think Sargon was more liberal pre-loud Lotus Eater time. At least he called himself back then. I don't remember him having much association with the quack then, or quack was himself more libertarian. I would agree, but in this debate, he clearly said that he doesn't support freedom of democracy, that it's too early to tell. Not sure if this is the debate tactic or signs of him going down reactionary road. Nico, he appears in AA's panel streams once in a while. You should listen to those. Good evening, Stream Elements. Thank you for joining us. Hello, Sultan. What's wrong? You, what's up, Monad? Sounds interesting. Kira, Sultan. Nice to meet you. No. Edge, the browser of champions. Well, you guys are in Edge right now. Google Chrome works always for me. It's working on it's where we got our map. So hopefully it's working for me too. Hello, John. Hello, John. Last I saw Sargon on AA was around the time where he got into Twitter's screaming match with Hitchens and AA, and a few others were discussing the fight. Very interesting takes by everyone. That's so infuriating yesterday. Oh, yes, yesterday. I was all late. What do you mean by late? It's nice. Oh, you liked it. Darling didn't. It makes you look sickly. Hitchens, assuming his brother hasn't been resurrected. Interesting, I'll have to check that out. Oh yeah, I vaguely remember that. Hey Kyle, I predict Kitty gets through 3 minutes of this debate. I have low expectations. Okay, let's see. Cheers everyone, I missed the last couple of streams, but I'm here now. What is up? Good to see you again. The Mexican version of Josh. Sargon hates democracy. Hello there. Hi, Kevin. Also, there's a difference between an argument being valid and an argument being sound. Valid. What's the difference? Maybe Sargon is rejecting direct democracy or non-republican democracy. I haven't heard him go full monarchy yet. Yeah. I thought that he was gonna go more towards the republic democracy thing. Emotional damage. You guys probably didn't hear that. And just call me Josh too. Okay. There's like 2 Joshes now. Joshes. Cool. Are we ready? So listen. I realized we only did dark mode last time. So, but all my arrows of the previous diagram are still black. I need to go, I can't select all of them, like all of type, like select all arrows and change their color. So I'm going to have to go and change that at a later stage. I suppose I could carry on with, I'm going to carry on with white arrows, but if we were going to go through a bit of a summary of this, which kind of want to say where we are. You're there. Josue. It's the Spanish version of Josh. Difference between, yeah. So we were just getting onto the capitalism thing when I lost my mind. And now that I listened to a few little minutes of it now, re-listen, because this is the first time I've come back to this since the last stream. Just in that I feel a bit more fresh. I feel like I can handle it. My brain just wasn't working. That's why I wasn't. Okay. Your bad mood demands it. Like the stream. Yes, like the stream. Valid means if the premises are true, then the conclusion necessarily follows. Okay. Your sound means that the argument is valid and the premises are true. Okay, so the conclusion is not true, but the premises are? They come from the darkness 300 movie quote. If that was your point, then sure, it might be valid in that sense. Okay. Bing. No Bing. I'm exhausted already. Yeah, well, you went and watched it again. Yeah, you went and watched last episode again, which I should have done that maybe, but I was spending time catching up properly watching your stream. And the fact that you made that mistake has helped everybody that is streaming, because immediately I was like, you better click that live button. Do not talk to yourself for half an hour. So yeah, you made it. Valid equals rectangle, sound equals square. No, well, that's not the key here, but sure. Okay, so see over here, I was hardly even tracking the argument. So I mean, I'm keeping this here because I might be able to copy paste. And I still don't see a transcript, so I can't copy paste. Anyway, shall we? Let's see where the sound is at actually as well.
Your volume is crazy loud by comparison. So
Your
I
volume
am
is crazy
pulling
loud
that
by
microphone
comparison.
away from my
Go
mouth.
do
But
me
here,
a
I'll try
favor
that.
and take that
Is it a bit loud? I
microphone
think
in
it's a
your
bit
other
loud.
room and
Compared
close
to
the
me?
door.
No, it's not. I'm louder than it. Yes?
But
There we go.
Yeah.
liberalism evolved before democracy.
Okay, so they are over here. I want to follow along. I'm not going to add to this. I'm just trying to overlap the 2 episodes because my brain was not working. I'm sorry. I was thinking there are some that I should go and do by myself so that I do them quicker. And then they get uploaded as an edited video. And then maybe the debate will look prettier. But when will I do that? Because I only got to clipping up the first debate diagram into different sound bites and stuff for memes, etc. I only started that this week. Anyway, well, the debate needs both valid arguments and persuasion / substantiation, and that claims are true. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's the whole purpose of these things. Okay, when you say democracy, so we are here. Mark is still super loud. I think we are a little bit before. Do you like freedom? Yeah, there we go.
Vaush.
Thank you, Vaush.
Liberalism evolved before democracy, and then democracy was created by those involved in the formation of liberalism. It was a response to the idea of the divine right of kings. Enlightenment thinkers were the ones to postulate that a neoclassical approach to society, one which valued things such as democracy, freedom, and fair trade, was a more ethical way to arrange human society than the monarchies that were previously prominent. It was the founders of the Enlightenment who proposed this.
To answer your question more accurately, when you say democracy, I interpreted that as universal suffrage, but you don't mean that, do you?
So that would actually be part of what Kevin might be. Well, it's the first bit that kind of shows that his argument is like democracy and capitalism don't go together. So it's part of it because he's talking about universal suffrage. So first sign against. So, but and rhetorically, I do think what's interesting. Are you guys okay with the gray? I'll once we're done this section, I'll turn it black. Okay. Oh, Sargon's clarified universal suffrage, not democracy. But that's what he thinks. Liberalism predates democracy. I thought there was limited democracy in ancient Greece, technically. I don't think liberalism existed before that. Like a good counter-argument is that most democratic countries are actually capitalist. Sweden aren't actually socialist. Yeah. Oh, Sargon said clarified universal suffrage, not democracy. Okay. So first sign against democracy, and then what was that? Why? Daisy, she did that. I'm sorry, I got a huge fright. This is what live stream is about. Okay, Daisy knocked. I've got a little can of air, compressed air, to dust my keyboard and stuff. And she knocked it over, and also because my headset's on, it kind of dulled the sound, but it was still a big sound. So it sounded like something was shot or whatever. The cat knocked something over. That's what happened, and then I got a fright. And whenever I get a fright, you will learn, and you have learned now. That don't get it exactly. You will learn that I swear, and usually invoke the Lord's name when I'm scared. That's why never ever frighten me in public, because I will yell and people will be like, "Oh, that's a crazy lady." Like I give people enough reason to think I'm crazy. We don't need to give more. Cat knocks stuff over in other news. Water is wet. It was so horrible. Daisy, you shit, and she's just walking around. Me and her brother are like, oh my god, what the fuck just happened? Okay, everyone okay? Are you guys okay? I was trying to say something, and I'm laughing because I'm just okay. First sign again. Just here I'm saying he's already being obtuse. Like a clunky way of getting his point across. Doesn't really consider how Vaush operates, which was a previous comment. That he's kind of given up trying to maneuver. He's just speaking now. Yeah. So when you say democracy, I think universal suffrage, but you don't mean that, do you? Then he gives him a whole nice speech. He gives him a whole space to give a speech. So let's go.
Democracy can mean a lot of things. What value, for example, is democracy if the landlords control the land on which you work, the nobles?
It's meaningless.
I don't know what.
This is what it means.
Well, it's not particularly meaningful because in practical terms, your ability to act democratically is influenced by how much individual freedom you have. If you don't have the freedom, for example, to leave your plantation because you're expected to work 18 hours a day, you don't functionally live in a democracy.
Okay, where did that ever happen then?
Where did whatever happen?
So there he assigned a position to Vaush because he's basically saying, well, when did that happen? Well, Vaush never said that it happened. He's just using an example like that. He's taking it to the extreme. He's not taking, it's bad faith, actually. It's a bad faith example because you are attacking the argument. It's a straw man because he's like, it's a mini straw man because it's not the entire logic of the argument, but he is going, oh, when did that happen? Because like the foundation of the argument isn't, oh, it's happened and therefore it's true. It's like, no, this is an example. Yeah. So let's go.
The peasants not being able to leave the plantation. I assume you meant peasants.
Yes, the peasantry or the serfs. I didn't say it happened. Yeah. It was an example used to prove that economic inconveniences can hamper the democratic nature of a society.
Yeah. So it's hampering. It's not like literally he's taking it literally in the worst faith, really. He's not being charitable. Didn't that happen before the 1940s? Were people literally confined? That's what Sargon is basically saying. And it's not that, it's literally you're just trapped economically. So this is the argument that Vaush is making, is like economically you can't. Work hours were crazy, yeah. So it's work hours, you either work or you die. You die working, and that's about it. You die. Everyone can relax. D has arrived. Welcome, D. We're recapping the last few minutes, the last bit of what we mapped last time, just to see how it flows, because it all fell apart. My brain just did not want to compute. So I'm sorry if you guys were understanding what was coming through, but it was just not going into ideas for me. It just wasn't. So let's hope my brain works better today.
Well, yeah, I agree that feudal societies weren't democratic.
Right.
Okay, so he goes back to the feudal, went democratic. Okay, so he's going to expand on this.
Right. But if you implement political democracy while leaving it such that the peasantry are still utterly beholden to the economic expectations of an upper class, you have functionally not a very democratic society. So
Okay,
that is why
live in that
Enlightenment
society,
thinkers, huh?
Are we living in that society? Okay, implies Vaush thinks that, so there he does exactly the same thing where he assigns a position to Vaush. It's as last time I said, like, he's doing these bad faith things. I don't know if it's because he can't argue properly anymore, or because he just, as South Africans would say, he's hurtful. Yeah, he's done. He has nothing. He doesn't have any patience left, so he's not even going to bother being good faith. Yes or no? Oh, he's done his yes or no's several times already. I don't think it's bad faith. What do you think it is, Kevin? What bad faith? You think it's just a tactic? It's not actual. There's no malice in it. Is that what you mean? So yeah, I guess we could say it's a tactic used by bad faith actors, but depends on the king, the work hours. Okay, cool. So are we living in that society today? He's assigning again. It's just a way Sargon is dealing with this argument, which I don't think any of us like.
Do we actually live in that society, though?
In what society?
The society you're just describing.
The one in which we have actual democracy?
Well, I mean...
Okay, so what's interesting is Vaush this is the proof that they're both talking past each other. This is not what Vaush was describing. So Vaush, he's like, oh, the one you were describing. He was describing this, right? Political, while the peasantry is still beholden. He said, yeah.
I'm not going to... We actually live in that society, though.
In what society?
The society you're just describing.
The one in which we have actual democracy?
So he's started to talk about actual democracy, where he didn't really say that. He just says, if you implement, this is theoretically, if you implement political democracy while the peasantry is still beholden to economic expectations, i.e. the work hours, etc., of an upper class, you have functionally a not very democratic society. So, like, it would be in name. So now he's just saying an actual democracy. That's actually not what he was talking about, but he continues to make a point. He goes on to his next point using this segue, which it's actually not really a segue. He just uses this bit of dialogue to go to his reply. Okay, guys. Yeah, I was scared that there was going to be an issue with the line there. So I'm just going to say continues. With new point. With similar point to previous. Okay. So yeah, this is where it broke down. So let's go. I'm so glad we mapping, guys. Is that dark mode-ish? Well, what it is a gray background. Okay, can you see now it's frozen? So I'm restarting it. Okay, so let's see what you guys are saying. He's countering Sargon's point. I don't think he's countering it with words. He's countering it. I know everything is countering. What do you mean? With just words. That's what I mean. It's just words. He's not countering it with an idea or an argument. He's just taking what he thinks Vaush is saying and saying, oh, well, when did that happen? When Vaush is not asserting. So he's taking the premise of, I'll draw the premise that the argument that Sargon is ascribing to Vaush. Oh, it looks like it didn't save our changes. Okay, it did. Okay. With rhetoric, there you go. Oh my God, please, God above. I need to be able to move this around. Is it because Edge? You guys are on Edge? Let me see if I can... Waiting for Miro. Yeah, we're waiting for Miro. Miro is not dealing. Okay, just hold on. I'm going to try and put you guys on Edge. On Chrome. So, just go to my YouTube. Just go to the YouTube. Because I don't know if closing that studio tab closes my stream. Because it seemed to have done that last time. Oh, by the way, I watch earwax removal and pimple popping videos. So just in case you see that as my recommended. It's my ASMR. I thought ASMR was only to do with auditory, but it can be anything. It can be visual as well. So I have an ASMR thing. And it's gross. Come on. Edge is the pinnacle of human engineering. Dude, Nico, other people have whisper and playing with ears and all of that. Okay. Love. Guys, if you don't know what it is, it's fine. Okay, I'm going to Edge. Okay, I'm closing you guys off in Edge. Okay. And then top chat. Pop out chat. Oh, fuck off now. Pause. You can go here. Okay, and my chat can go over there. Connection restored. Yeah, well, took you long enough. Okay. There. Should have these videos downloaded locally. And not just through YouTube. Yeah, that's true. That way you don't have to mess with this stuff. Yeah, I could use it on media player. It's just a media thing. The chat. Our government was built for gridlock. If the government is busy arguing amongst itself with challenge and debate, it is less likely to oppress. Yeah. Good idea. Yeah, I was thinking of doing that. And then I did not do it. There's all the thinking and then none of the doing. It's something I need to work on. That's what you do for your streams. Yeah, I can see it works. I can't do it now though. It's going to take too long. What's up, Mexican? How you doing? We just had our first technical issue of the evening. I'm just going to change the color of this. So we can go to real dark mode because we've caught up now. And I can go back and do the cleanup later. Yes, we are. What's up, Blaine? Good to see you. We are doing, we are finally talking about a bit of capitalism. It's a discussion of democracy, mostly right now, but they're trying. Filter. Ooh, connection line. Yes, I can change all their colors together. Look at this beautiful thing. Oh! Wow. Miro, you genius. Wow. Okay, I can go and do the others there. But how cool? Dark mode is best mode. Well, it's you can see it's actually it's fake dark mode because it's a shape put on the backboard. Night time, the right time. Oh my, the darkest of modes. Okay, so I was talking here about, see, he goes, are we living in that society today? Nowhere here. He's saying when you implement political democracy while the peasantry is still beholden to the economic expectations of yes, I know that it's kind of implied that he's sort of saying this is part of history and that's why, because he goes, that's why the Enlightenment thinkers, right? He did not say that we're living in the society today, but then again, and the way he phrases that makes it seem like an attack, and as if he's questioning Vaush's argument by ascribing him something that he's asserted, like you've asserted. And then he goes, the one you were describing. So both of them, actually, he was describing a society, this both hypothetical and somewhat historical society. The one, and that's what he was talking about. But then now what Vaush does is he just goes, okay, I'm going to just make this other point where he's like, the one with actual democracy, which is, I don't know if that's equivalent to his previous point. It might be. Maybe that's his conception of actual democracy. So let's see where this goes. Vaush has said that he doesn't research before debates. Oh, he totally does. That's why he rarely affirms his stance, beliefs, and deconstructs other speakers' logic instead. So red herring. Yeah, it is. You're right in saying it is not a bad faith thing. It's just, let's go. So you can see literally visually here, he didn't go further on and attack the point straight. He went above, if you know what I'm saying. He went into a different line of thinking. And that does imply that what he is questioning, questioning the validity of, is this. What he's questioning is whether Vaush thinks this is today's society. But Vaush has not said that that is today's society. But then again, guys, I just realized as I was trying to say this, I realized I was also, this assumption of me thinking that Sargon's question is an attack. Is that me being debate-brained? Or is it me, could he just be directing the conversation away from a point? So, interpretation, there's no objectivity here. Went into the history digression, yeah. He used to research more, if I remember, but after his tanky fights, he ran into some arguments and stopped researching, yeah. In the same arguments. Well, he's definitely, I saw some chat people saying, stop reading your Discord, Vaush. So there's also people feeding him things. So yeah, I looked into that. Look at me. He did it. The thing is, he did it here as well. When did that happen? First of all, maybe we can at least criticize the fact that he made this choice. When did that happen? When could peasants not leave the plantation? Is that really part of what Vaush's argument is? Because he's arguing the logic of it. He's arguing that he's arguing this, right? That when you implement, like, the economic stress, the economic dependence on the upper class makes democracy meaningless. That's his argument. But what Sargon does is gives his argument that part of his premise is that it happened. And yeah, I feel like, yes, you could say it needs to have happened, because why are we then talking about it? But logically, it doesn't need to have happened. Okay, let's go. Did I make sense there? I know I was trying to have a lot of thoughts put into one big sentence, but yeah, I'm just trying really hard. Maybe I'll subtitle my videos one day. Okay. Destiny is harsh on Vaush, but not preparing for debates. You know, you also can't prepare for where it's going. But then again, it's up to you to keep the debate where it was prepared to go, because that's what a debate is. It's not just, yes, these turn into conversations, but if you want to keep to the point, so I'm here to debate you on this, then all of that shit over here on the left-hand side wouldn't have happened. So he could have just done his research and the Enlightenment and all of that stuff and kept that in his arsenal. But anyway, he was too busy thinking about Nigel Farage and what Sargon said. So he does that drama research, it seems like he does. Made sense. Yep. Are you sure, Monad? I really appreciate that. Or gently caresses the like button, whichever you prefer. Look, as long as you do it once. Anyway. Don't do it twice. Wait. Do it and just even. Guys. Do it an uneven amount of times, please. Okay, let's go. Maybe I'm biased because I don't track as well what Sargon is trying to do. Biased against Sargon. Well, I don't think he's tracking very logically. He's not doing it. What he's trying to do is just move the conversation on. He's actually not really doing a great job at arguing. He's quibbling. It seems like he's quibbling rather than going down into the premises of the argument. What is your argument? No, let's just ask some more questions and say some stuff. Diseven, you mean odd? Yes. The Agua H2O arc. Please, can you tell me exactly what happened there? And now I'm foaming at the mouth. I need to get some water. I'm so sorry. Okay, I lied. It's not water. It's 7-Up. Not a sponsor. Okay. Why did I have to get sticky hands? Your chair stream, or as I like to say, Hassaning. I need to move the chair out of the frame so then it's couch stream. He didn't even say it right. He said agua. Or aqua. Water plus. Oh my god. Yeah, it's water plus a lot of other things. Okay.
Well, I mean, I'm not going to suggest perfect democracy, but I think the approximation that we have of democracy is good enough, is it not?
Okay, so now we are coming to a discussion of. It's probably we're going to now talk about the state of the democracy. We're going to evaluate the democracy. It's not perfect, but what we have now, which is it's basically what Andrew was saying in the beginning, of where we have democracy and capitalism together now. They aren't perfect, but we're improving both. So I don't know. This is me just thinking. I've kind of forgotten the entire the flow. I just remember a little bit. It's traumatic. runs with this. I'm not saying. And also this is more evidence that they're talking past each other, because they're talking about, are we living in that society today? The one that you, it's not, yeah, the one that you were imagining, which was this whole thing he was talking about historically. Then he goes, yeah, no, actual democracy. So that's them speaking past each other. And then now all of a sudden the topic is whether we have perfect democracy. That wasn't what we were talking about. Such an Adam did a funny stream on the Agua debate.
It's much better than we had a few hundred years ago, I'll say that. I'm not saying that this is an example of how society functions today. I'm
What are you saying?
Democracy. Huh?
Do we actually live in that society, though?
In what society?
The society you're just describing.
The one in which we have actual democracy?
Well, I mean, I'm not going to suggest perfect democracy, but I think the approximation that we have of democracy is good enough, is it not?
It's much better than we had a few hundred years ago, I'll say that. I'm not saying that this is an example.
Okay, sorry, I just needed that again. Guys need to get me some concerta so I can do this better. Not saying oh my god, could we not? Are you guys on the Discord? Is that who it is? Knock stuff over. MP4, oh god. It's you guys. That's exactly what she was like. Okay.
Example of how society functions.
Okay, not saying democracy is perfect now, but we have a fair approximation. It's better than a few years ago. Okay, so better than in the past. Don't know if you said a few or two. If someone says that democracy could never work, you can counter that by saying that it can work. You don't have to say democracy will always work. That's pure, that's beautiful. That's a very nice way to put it. You need to isolate what a person is trying to argue. And that there is saying, hold up. What I'm arguing is that it can work. I'm not trying to argue that it will always work, because nobody will try that, or nobody smart would. Hey, come now. Okay, better than a few hundred years ago. Okay. Somewhat agrees. Exit.
Okay. I'm saying it's the reason why the Enlightenment thinkers sort of came up with laissez-faire capitalism.
Okay. Not saying. Now we're actually getting to, he's bringing us back to the point. Well, he's not bringing us back to the point. He's just taking us away from the detour we went on, because he's like, I'm not saying democracy today is perfect. I'm saying that's why Enlightenment thinkers came up with, and I don't know how to spell it, so I'm going to take here. If it lets me, thank you. Capitalism. Okay. Indeed, it depends on scale and degree of success. Not to pull a J. Peterson, but it does depend on how you define work. No, that's true. You need to define the parts of your argument as well. What does work mean? So you got to do all of the, otherwise you're just arguing definitions, aren't you?
The idea was by allowing market trade to happen amongst individuals with.
So he just goes into this to show he knows what laissez-faire capitalism is, or like just to discuss it, because what is the argument? Okay, both of them are just talking stuff. They're talking shit. And I'm not saying shit as in it, they're lying. I'm saying they're just throwing out some conversation. There's no actual argument going on. I suppose he's trying to make the foundation of his argument, but I don't think he gets there, guys. I don't think so. I think they just start fighting about little points like, oh, why the Enlightenment thinkers did this and that. Previous tactic. Well, previous train of thought. Okay. History. I'm gonna go history lesson. Sorry. Whoops. History lesson. Just remember, also for me, it's like he's just, the more words you got, the more you're gonna the more likely you are to win. Don't worry, boys. Okay? In which case I should win all debates because I speak the most. I don't have coherent sentences, but I still say the most. So there. Is right, nothing is perfect. Well, things that involve people anyway, but the democracy and capitalism is the best we have thing going right now. Yes, it's one that takes into account human nature. Like the free market definitely takes into account human nature. It's not pretending that humans are good to each other all the time. It's because it's not depending on the kindness and morality of others, even though of course in every single action you can be immoral or moral and you can break the law. Don't worry, just because there's laws it doesn't mean that you can't break them. Okay. Trying to lay foundation, maybe, or maybe trying to score points with the followers. And to be fair, I think Sargon did some of the same. But oh yeah, he's doing it as well. He's just having a bit of, ooh, look, I'm going to talk about democracy. Ooh, look at me. I'm so edgy. I don't like democracy. Woo! Okay, it's like, okay, cool, but you need to explain what you mean by not liking democracy, because that seems like you don't care. You're a horrible person. Democracy is fair, so like explain yourself. And that's what Kevin was saying as well in the beginning, where it's like, why is he taking that road? Why is he taking issue with democracy rather than capitalism? Is it because Vaush's argument is going to sit upon democracy? It seems like it, because Vaush brought up democracy immediately and freedom. So, but the thing is, it's clouded the whole conversation. We haven't really had the foundation of the argument. And it would be nice if they had to, if there was no like interruption questions and you could lay out what you're trying to say quite briefly. You don't have to make it that formal, but when you're just basically fighting each other on every single sentence, you're not going to get very far. I need an UU keyboard. Well, it's on its way. Did I tell you that? It's not the UU, but I mean the keys are UU. There is no such thing as utopia, only dystopia. Yeah. Human nature shall never be eradicated. Yep. the only thing you would need to do, well, if you lobotomized everyone, I suppose you'd be fine. Maybe you should have started on market forces instead. They should have, speak about that, speak about markets. But the thing is, Vaush's first thing to go for when he was, this is how he got onto capitalism, okay? Well, capitalism and democracy. This is how we got onto it. Okay? He goes, why are you a capitalist? I mean, why are you a communist? He asks, why are you a communist? So like there's just a bit of stupid, back and forth, words, quibbling. So why are you a communist? That was the question. Then he says, this is what I call myself. And then we go and we start talking about freedom. So that's Vaush's argument. Okay, then okay, let's see who, both of them are not working together. They're both moving everything around, because then Sargon's like, depends what you mean by freedom, which makes sense. But then Vaush goes, interesting, do you like democracy? So I suppose now we're going into whether democracy is freedom. So he says too soon to tell, which makes Vaush go, ooh, edgy, let's talk about that. So you're not a liberal of any kind. Those are basic tenets of liberal philosophy. So there's the first thing that we just, okay, well, let's just go. Liberals hold these views today. Then he gets angry, the Enlightenment, blah, blah. So he's going into history. So what just happened? What just happened? We went from, why are you a capitalist? Why are you a communist? And then freedom, that was the basis. And then now we're going on to democracy, and whether you can label it liberal or not. And it's just like, could we just shut up about that? What is the point of arguing about this label? So he just, the point that he put here, because he was probably, I don't know, maybe a bit surprised that Sargon was not espousing these liberal values. I don't know. But yeah, so we went there, and then this is his little thing of history. The Enlightenment literally codifies blah blah, and he's yelling, and then we needed Daddy Adam. So, and then we're talking about the foundation of monarchy and foundation of democracy. Okay, then we kind of get onto economy. We kind of get onto that and markets. So it's been quite a. Do you see a clear argument here, a clear path? I don't think so. It's not just me being dumb. Kev with another banger. They are both playing. Wait. Why are you gay? You did. Hopefully you'll have it on Tuesday stream. For Tuesday stream. Oh, I don't think so. I'll check when we sign off. Kev with another banger. Sorry, wait. They are both playing parlor games with their positions. You think I'm X? Aha! Really? I'm Y. Why? Yeah, exactly. They're both just now Sargon is fully taking part in the debate brain. He's just like, let's go, let's do this. Okay. Sticky note. Let's put the banger. Kevin's banger. It's just because you guys word stuff so much better. That's why I prefer writing to talking, but I do love talking, don't I? Let's not pretend I don't love talking. Is the counter to just go Jesse Lee Peterson on your questions, asking for potential corn debate? What? Jesse Lee Peterson, what does he do? True, Kevin, games are definitely getting in the way of productivity in this debate. Yep. The excesses of capitalism were most apparent during the Industrial Revolution. That's why Vaush wants to talk about it. But it's a straw man. Oh my god, the artificial dark mode did magical D. It's great. And that was Andrew's wisdom. Guys, I'm now getting heated. So hold up. While I take my headphones off, just remember, did you like the stream? Just saying. Wee! Okay, now you have to give me a tip because I took off clothes. Okay. JLP, do you love black people? Oh, okay. Yeah, it's do you this, do you that. This debate and me without whiskey. Oh God, guys. I've been so good not going to the booze shop this week. Because it's very tempting to go, oh, I need some wine at the end of the day. And I used to do that with whiskey too. Okay, let's go. JLP, I found him funny, but I haven't watched him in a very long time.
Limited involvement by the government, you would afford people the economic freedom necessary to have an actual functionally democratic society.
Okay, so this is him going, look, here's I suppose this is what you're saying there, Kevin. Eventually he's going to go into the excesses of the Industrial Revolution, so that's why he wants to talk about it. So he's like, I'll just put it in this block, it's fine. Leave people to the closest. Did I get that right?
I believe in a market trade to happen amongst individuals with limited involvement by the government. I think it's the reason why the Enlightenment thinkers sort of came up with laissez-faire capitalism. The idea was by allowing market trade to happen amongst individuals with limited involvement by the government, you would afford people the economic freedom necessary to have an actual functionally democratic society. I believe we failed.
It's actually about democracy.
So real functional. So is he saying yay laissez-faire capitalism?
Because this came before democracy, and the term laissez.
Okay, so he was saying he was trying to say I believe we failed. Okay, so I don't know if he's going to go back to that, because now it's going to be, oh, this came first and this have failed. Okay, and then he's now going to say it's not about democracy. It's not democracy. Guys, we're going much faster than previously. Okay.
Fair came from the Chancellor of Louis XIV.
Okay,
when
now
he understood that a kingdom's glory came from its wealth, and so I can't remember the Chancellor's name, but he was asking them, well, what exactly can we do to make your lives easier so you can make more money? And they just said, leave us alone.
Okay.
Yes.
Isn't he just stating what Vaush said?
It was nothing to do with democracy. I remember the Chancellor's name.
Oh, it was nothing to do with democracy.
Was best implemented when laissez-faire capitalism was.
So he's saying, yeah, it's not to do with democracy. It's just how could we make your lives better? Okay, wait. Actually, not about democracy. I think he could have worded this better. He could have said it's not for the purpose of democracy. So he's saying it's not about democracy. So I'm going to say square brackets. And then also the what it was based on is the wealth of a kingdom is its right. I think that was. Sorry, I want to get this right.
Easier so you can make more money, and they just said leave us alone. Glory came from its wealth, and so I can't remember the Chancellor's.
It's glory, sorry. Okay, name drop. Actually, the name drop came before. So he did a name drop because look, I know stuff. I don't really care who came up with things a lot of the time. I'm sorry. I'm normally that way.
Name, but he was asking them, well, what exactly can we do to make your lives easier so you can make more money? And they just said, leave us alone.
Yeah. It wasn't even about making their lives better. Leave us alone. Okay. Okay, what is Sargon trying to do here? Let's try to figure it out. This is what we're doing with debate diagram. It's so great. Okay. However, he does need brain rot on the other side of the table to be really funny. Yeah. Limited government was like the whole idea. Again, founding fathers knew what they were doing. Yeah. So I don't know where we're going with this. So what would Kevin be doing? Hey, there's chicken in the fridge. You shouldn't be ordering. Gordon. No, but you shouldn't be ordering food. Fridge. If there's pasta, I'm going to lose it, eh? No. Now he's making it about you guys. Oh, he cares about you. Cares about my audience. Okay. Okay, Clumian. So let's see what he's trying to do here. We're talking about whether... Now we're talking about whether laissez-faire capitalism was done for the purposes of developing democracy, or for what he's espousing here, which is so that we can the people could make more money. It's a very it just depends how you interpret the history, it seems. So what does that functionally do in this argument, in the bigger picture? I'm not sure. What does arguing about laissez-faire capitalism do? Because he's now followed Vaush here. Vaush is the one that brought it up. So Vaush is the one that's doing something. He's followed Vaush. Okay, and so we've got democracy and capitalism together, and that's the discussion. And I suppose if, like you've said, Kevin, we can't have democracy, therefore we can't have capitalism, or we can't have capitalism, therefore we can't have democracy. Things like that. Let my man's order food. No, I cooked hard. Okay, yesterday. Order of again, mates. I'm gonna take a photo for him. I'm sending him your love, guys. Your husband is like the adults from Peanuts. Well, that's what he hears from me when I'm speaking to him. He completely forgot that I said there's chicken in the fridge. Leftover chicken is better for breakfast anyway. That's true. Didn't even ask what he's ordering. That can be a game changer. That is true, Walter. Because if he was ordering, I don't know, a couscous salad, then maybe I'd be happy. Okay. I slave over the air fryer all the time. Big ups, chat, as the kids say. He says. Actually, he said, what. Ooh, shred up the leftover chicken and drop it in. You actually need to shred it up for him. I'm going to make a chicken mayo for him for lunch tomorrow.
Yes.
There's nothing to do with democracy.
And the term laissez-faire was best implemented.
Okay, it had nothing to do with democracy. So he's expanded or criticized the point. characterization. Okay, and I think we can go downwards for that because it's a new, no, is it a new point? No, it's just a counterpoint. Okay, so I'm just going to put this as red. It might not look that nice. Chicken and beer for breakfast. Couscous, that's your go-to. Actually, I just didn't want to say quinoa because I don't say it properly. Carl was laughing at me the other day. It's a very, very protein-filled grain that I like. And he actually likes it because it tastes like nothing, so he's okay. It's not fresca, but it tastes like nothing, so he's okay with it. Or cocaine and caviar. Jeez, T! Any progress on the PC? No. Not at all. But the keyboard is the main priority right now. Anyway. The PC is in the wish list, and we can keep the goal up on the stream, the PC stream. I have that for Twitch, but you guys already support me as much as you can, so I don't see the point. But yeah, I guess we also need to take the list together and prioritize what we buy first. So, and I say we, but like what I buy first. So like what I should be putting my monthly bit away, what I should be using with that money for. Of course, keyboards are important, yes, and you need to hear me type. I mean, that is the most important thing right now, because when I'm quiet and going, okay, trying to repeat what somebody has said, you need to hear the nice clickety clack. Keyboard plus RGB LED lights are the two most important components. Yes, I'm going to do that for my my background. That makes money.
When laissez-faire capitalism was postulated by a variety of Enlightenment thinkers, including Adam Smith.
Okay, so he's saying it is. He's like, I know you are, but what am I?
14th, when he understood that a kingdom's glory came from its wealth, and so I can't remember the chancellor's name, but he was asking them, well, what exactly can we do to make your lives easier so you can make more money? And they just said, leave us alone.
Yes.
It was nothing to do with democracy.
And the term laissez-faire was best implemented when laissez-faire capitalism was postulated by a variety of Enlightenment thinkers, including Adam Smith. I believe in many of the values of the Enlightenment. I believe society is better when people can make choices about their own.
Oh, this is not an argument. This is not an argument. Okay? He takes this. Okay. Should we, I might keep it as it's a new point. Wow, dude. Oh, it's delayed. So every time I do something, okay. Oh my God, could we just slowly catch up to me, computer? Catch up? Okay. Thank you. I'm moving you down. It's good for me, actually. I need to slow down my movements because I do things too quickly and moronically. So, click. Yeah. Ooh, life is crazy when you do it slowly. Okay. So this is a new point, actually. It's related, but it's a new point. So we're going down. Okay, because he's now going, yes, you could interpret it as, okay, he's going against what Sargon was saying, that it has nothing to do with democracy. Just moves on. He just moves on to say, yes. So he kind of agrees. And then that is why Enlightenment thinkers, and I guess I'll put a name in,
by a variety of Enlightenment thinkers, including when laissez-faire capitalism was,
Let's do with democracy.
and the
That was an
term
absolute monarchy.
laissez-faire was best implemented when laissez-faire capitalism was postulated by a variety of Enlightenment thinkers, including Adam Smith.
When it was first postulated. Relax, dude. Like, just speak like a human. That's just a petty thing, but it's just like, that doesn't help your argument. Okay, maybe it makes you sound great, so people are like, wow, he's so intelligent. Okay, by Enlightenment thinkers, what, like?
I believe postulated by a variety of Enlightenment thinkers, including Adam Smith. I believe in many of the values of the.
See, now he goes to his I believe, which is like, thanks, dude. But when did we start talking about, like, it would have been great to talk about that in the beginning, but this kind of sounds fragmented. Was first postulated by Enlightenment. What? I was going to say Sam Smith. Why do I keep forgetting the fucking name? Name
was best implemented when laissez-faire capitalism was postulated by a variety of Enlightenment thinkers, including Adam Smith. I believe in many of the values of the Enlightenment. I believe society is better when people can make choices about their own lives, when we have control over the society in which we live. I feel as though capitalism hampers some of those opportunities.
Okay, in what way?
So he's now finally getting to this. Yes, it's off topic. But that's because they were off topic there. He's actually coming back to the topic. And it sounds so strange because that's not what we were talking about anyway. But okay. So maybe he's just like, okay, let's get off that train and let's just come back to my prepared statement. I believe in many of the values of Enlightenment. The more choices people can make about their lives, the better their lives are. Is that correct? Kingdom's glory. What? Case first so you can install them. Duh! Moron. Like what the Dark Elves from Morrowind call you, Noir. Streaming is 80% looking cool. Oh well. We're fucked. What's up, Ty? Good to see you back. Kingdom's glory comes from its wealth. True to some point. Capitalism, in conjunction with democracy, builds that wealth, but allows everyone to potentially be as rich as the king. I like it, D. Rhetorical or not, I'm way more used to Vaush's voice than I am Sargon's voice. Every time Sargon speaks, my old 76 haymaker starts twitching. I'm used to Sargon, so it's the other way around. But I'm getting used to Vaush. Like the previous 2 times, I was not doing well. I was like that picture. I think there was the picture that Nico made. That's what it was like. Okay. Better lives there. Oh, I just want to make sure I'm doing this right.
Well, make choices about their own lives when we have control over the society in which we live. I feel as though capitalism hampers some of those opportunities.
Okay, in what way?
Well, for example, I believe that our whether or not we live in a democratic society in a political sense is more or less meaningless when most people will spend most of their days in a workplace that is not democratic. Additionally,
okay, so that's a lot. Okay, let's relax here. Let's put it down. Capitalism hampers that freedom. Okay, so we would actually say capitalism is quite a lot of freedom, but maybe Yeah, practically, it just does. Ideologically, it does give you the opportunity to be as rich as the king, theoretically. But yeah, I just want to note that he does play nice. Sargon does play nice. In what way, asks? In good faith. I think he's asking in good faith, and he just says in what ways? In which ways? Okay. So I'm just wanted to put that in. We could have just gone on with Vaush's point, but it's important to make it known. Okay, and you do see that a lot of Vaush's blocks are quite large. But it's because we're actually, like we spoke about in the beginning, in the first stream, we are basically just we were just attacking Sargon. Now, and that was the format of the argument. Now it's okay, we're just attacking what Vaush is saying. It's not showing each other our ideas. Okay, so that's just it's defensive. It's gone on offensive, defensive still. It's just that it's changed who's on the offense. By asking the questions, it seems like Sargon is the one that is attacking. Which is, even though it is in good faith. I say attack as in aggression, moving forward. Okay, so he is saying that people work in all day in non-democratic systems, jobs. All day in democratic systems, and then they don't have the economic freedom. He's basically, that does go in conjunction with his previous point, where he was going. It's just that he went. Sargon took him on a little detour because not T L. Sargon decided that he would be kind of obtuse and not just take the conversation where Vaush wanted it to go. Instead, he decided what Vaush meant. Here, he actually was going for this point over here when he did say people without economic freedom, democracy is meaningless. So it's actually consistent. Just want to denote that. I'm not using words very well, and I'm quite concerned. Have I had a stroke? I'm worse than usual. Oh, we will get to the co-op. Let's go. Co-op is the landmark. Although Carl says we're only getting 3 minutes in. It might happen sometimes, at least won't have bread lines. Exactly, Nico. But bread lines have bread at the end. Data good, it's a good thing. Yeah. But workplace democracy may be so inefficient that it's counterproductive for the people. So yeah, we're going to get there. Maybe the positive versus negative freedom debate is about to happen. I don't think they get onto it in that manner. It might be a couple sentences. Will we get to the worker? I think we're going to. Workplace democracy is impossible or highly unlikely to succeed. The bottom 51% would constantly vote themselves more power. We could do that, but the business would never survive. Well, sometimes taking a step back and asking what you might think is an obvious question can prevent you from going down a wrong road. I was working as a janitor and mop floors all day. While I'm mopping, I come up with ideas like thinking of ways to make money. I quit my job at Amazon because I couldn't think, but the pay was better. God, you worked at Amazon and you survived? Seriously, dude. Well done. Yeah, they are good chats, aren't they? They're good chat people. I got best chat. Sorry for you. I say sorry for you in like we've got all the other people that are on Sitch and Adam. But it's like we collected all the best people and they came here. Okay. Come on. Get back to it. People still have to work. Yeah, that's it, basically. Vaush is the perfect co-op example. He just never goes outside to see how it works. Cozy chat, yeah.
The forces of
Well,
the
hang on. Before we move on there, the contention, most workplaces are not democratic. Why do they need to be?
Okay, no, I just need to stop and type that. Okay. I do need to figure out what is the shape. What is this shortcut? Is there? I need to learn the shortcuts because then I will be a lot faster. Or I could try. No, my computer would die if I was going to use the touch screen. Because yeah, look at all this stuff. I have to now change the style of the line. Put in the text. Further question. Premise. Because this does. People still have to work in non-democratic systems. It does imply that they have to, in order for freedom. That's just conversationally we picked that up. Why do most workplaces not democratic? So why do they need to be? And also they've just landed up that way, which is interesting. Why would they land up that way? Path of least resistance. Most successful. Tell me which co-ops are as big as Amazon. I see the obvious question thing in lawyer conversations and it works well for them. No, let me put that in here. Sorry, Andrew. As the come on. Oh, I have to pick. No, it's cool. There you go. Sometimes taking a step back and ask. It's very important to do that. It's not even about going down the wrong road for me as well. It's about figuring out what exactly the person is arguing. This is perfectly fine. This is perfectly good to ask. That's why I say it's kind of in good faith, because it's that is the cooperation co-op of conversation. You're asking clarification on your points, and then play nice, answer the questions, Vaush. Cool, we're cool. How long is this calm going to last? When is he going to yell at us again?
I'm pointing that out.
Oh, sorry. Go on.
You could ask the same thing about society in general. Why does America need to be politically democratic? I think democracies make people happier.
We have no choice.
Okay, because democracy.
We have no choice with society. The societies.
Okay, this was interesting. I didn't really understand Sargon here. I didn't go into it enough in my brain. He's like, we don't have a choice. That's why society needs to be democratic. Thoughts? Okay, so basically people are happier. Oh, not people are happier. Did you say people are happier with democracy or something?
Oh, sorry. Go on.
You could ask the same thing about society in general. Why does America need to be politically democratic? I think democracies make people happier.
We have no choice.
Democracies make people happier. Okay. People happier. Could ask question of United States. I don't think it's I don't think that the question needs to be questioned. But why does okay, thanks for bringing up the United States. Could ask the same question of the United States. Okay, why does it need to be democratic? You can ask that about anything that is democratic. Or that isn't. We've demonstrated that. Okay? The way I understand it, work co-ops can still have managers. It's just that the workers can vote on who they hire as a manager. Kevin H, it's crazy because in the PNW, we have RER, which is a great outdoor shop and a co-op since it started back in the 70s. Wow! Yet so many people don't know how they function. RER also has a board and a CEO. The difference really comes down to the employees' vote on the board members. You know what? They might have just found the right amount, the right people, which is kind of how a good business will work. You have the right people. So they found the right people that are making the right decision. It's just that they made the right decisions together. When you have people that are not exactly equipped or bothered to make those decisions well, might not go that well. Votes on the board members, something about that you have to buy into it in order for it to work here. I'm still fuzzy about it. Sargon is right. Democracy is the only choice for America anyway. If we try to change it at this point, well, we just have way too many guns for that to happen. Yeah, but then why did we fall into it? Because it seemed the most fair, right? Happiness is the end goal of a political system is misguided. Yeah. Pacific Northwest. Thanks, Andrew. Kevin, hi. Kevin, hi. Because there's an H. I don't think employees have to be members, but it is $30 for a lifetime membership. Okay. I mean, jobs make people happier. You should get one. Wherever, whenever. I agree. Jobs make you, they might not make you happier, let's say that, but having a job will definitely help you not be as miserable as if you were unemployed. Being employed is a lot better than being unemployed. I would just say that. That's a more realistic approach, but it still has the potential to become a popularity contest. Exactly. Not like the nepotism you see now is any better, but still. No, it's true, Galante. That is exactly it. It could be that, oh, well, we like this person the most. So they must be competent in whatever. It's like, that doesn't mean that everybody, like, I am not cut out to be a business owner. I'm not. I am not going to be a CEO. Like, I cannot do that. I have the opportunity to do that, but I'm definitely not going to do it because I'm not the right person for that. And we're okay. Somebody can be the bad guy and say to me, you are really not cut out for that job. Don't do it, kind of thing. Whereas say, oh, well, I think she's great. She's nice. Let's make her, like, you can just, I think it's literally, it seems like they just have been making good decisions. How is anything successful? I thought you had to buy a share of the equity. I've worked only manual labor jobs since I left high school. Is that nice? Because a lot of the time my husband and I will talk about having a manual job being better because you don't have to take it home. Yes, you take the physical effects home. You really do. You take the time. Like, I'm not saying it's easy. I'm saying you once you leave the workplace, you can't bring it home. And sometimes that grass looks much greener than, having the jobs that we have, which is office. I thought you have to buy. I'll never say never. Yes, Nico, that's true. We fell into democracy because the founders figured out that the king isn't the smartest, wisest, etc. People are begging for Washington to be the king. We're begging. He said this is not the way. Yeah, so that's it. because it just was not, they just thought this is not, they made a decision about the business that is America. Oh, you meant blowjobs? Yes, get blowjobs. That's, I recommend those too. I wouldn't say that I know what they're like. I'm just saying I know that they make people happy. Okay.
We have no choice with society. The societies we live in are the ones we live in. We can't get away from them.
Well, we can change society. Wait, why can't we just have a king if democracy doesn't matter?
I did choice. We have no choice with society. The societies we live in are the ones we live in. We can't get away from them.
Well, we can change society. Wait, why can't we just have a king if democracy?
Yeah. This is my question where he's like, oh, we don't have a choice. I understand he's saying we can't just change society. And that's true. Well, we can change society. Well, what Sargon is saying, we can't change society. So that's what you guys were saying there in best chat. We don't have a choice. So basically he's saying we do have a choice. Disagree, we do. Why can't we change society? If democracy is not good, we change society. Why shouldn't we have a king? Why don't we just have a king? It's 23, anything's possible. Even Boeing and Amazon give out shares to employees. At REI, they do the same with incentive pay. Buying into equity is the dumb way to do co-ops that eventually leads to no new workers. Who owns the company then? Well, it's there's a certain amount of shares that then go to the workers. That they have a certain collective vote that goes. That's what I'm thinking. Yeah, they vote for the board, yeah. But they own the whole thing. That's the difference with the co-op. I'm getting antsy. My keyboard stuff is on this way, but I want them now. I know you have a problem, dude. Just type. Take your keyboard. Oh, Gordon's also typing. He's trying to see what it sounds like compared to his current Logitech keyboard that is very mechanical and clickety clack. So just go and type. Type your feelings out, but not connected to a computer. Okay.
Democracy doesn't matter.
Yeah. If democracy doesn't matter. I don't know if he's saying if it doesn't matter.
I didn't say democracy doesn't matter.
Yeah, I was going to say. If democracy doesn't matter. Like, what is... I suppose it's just how he characterizes... if he's saying we don't have a choice, that he's just taken from that the point that democracy doesn't matter. So he's decided that that's what Sargon said. Yeah, I saw. Good boy. I didn't say it. Corrects him. Correction. I said delete, bitch. Okay, I need to continue and then I'll look at chat less regularly. Well, with a bigger...
Well, then I think it matters in every place, including the workplace.
Are there no places where democracy is inappropriate?
I think
Okay, so I didn't say it doesn't matter. I think it matters. Okay. Ooh, no. We need another point before we go down there. I think it does matter. It matters. So he didn't say he's not saying it, but we're talking about democracy mattering again. Whole bunch of words. No reason for us to have gone there. Workplaces. And now what Sargon does is another one of the good faith Christians. And Vaush would say that his calmness over here is part of his shtick. But I think it's literally just asking a question, bro. Are there no situations where democracy would be inappropriate? I think it's a nice way. So if he's saying it matters, basically he's not saying he could have done this worse. He could have gone, oh, so you're saying that it needs to be everywhere. He didn't say it that way. He goes, are there no situations where democracy would be inappropriate? Instead of saying, but there are situations where democracy would be inappropriate, he's taking his opponent down that road. Together they are going, by asking that question, they are going down that logical path together. And then let's see whether he has examples or not. And there is no sense of trap here in my mind, because he's literally asking, and then we will talk about the answer. Whereas, like in the sort of Bob and Dane kind of debate, you have, oh, it's a trap, I need to answer a certain way. And I need to ask questions in a certain way as well. Because you can answer questions in a trap way. You ask a new question so that you can trap a person. Like, do you love black people? That would be one question that traps people. Okay. Sorry, I have to close the bottle every time because I spill a lot and it's not in my sippy cup. I said play.
Democracy is appropriate in places where it makes life better and not appropriate in places where it doesn't.
Okay.
Yeah, that doesn't answer.
Yeah, that doesn't answer the question, bro. Okay, so he's admitting it. There's a possibility that there would be places that. Okay, we're stuck. Page unresponsive. Should I wait or shouldn't I? And I'm just reloading. Kitty and is drinking flop. So I'll read chat while we wait for Miro to catch up. It's a bit sad of South Africa. Let me Pacific Northwest Spain you some business. Did yours arrive? I'm getting, oh, okay. It's a bit complex, really. This is outside of an internet talking points, but as a man, the manual labor aspect does have a fulfilling aspect to it. But the same thing is bad bosses, etc. Yeah, true. You make a point about security aspect. I agree. How do we fix that? How do we make the end game for employers and employees not the same, but in sync with each other? That they don't interrupt each other. They don't hamper each other. Collectively owned, but like with big companies, i.e. depending on the company, the largest shareholders have more of a say. Yeah, that is literally because they have taken on presumably the largest risk. It's our right to find another place to work unless contracted. Exercise that right if you're unhappy. Exactly. I've worked for great people and awful people. My girlfriend was just left the company we both worked for because of the it's in charge being condescending. She found better people to work for. That's great. I'm happy for that. Also onto something, labor can be satisfying and is correct about bad bosses too. What's the saying? People usually quit bosses, not jobs. I have enough skill and work ethic to be to the point I feel confident in starting my own business. That's awesome, Ty. It's that's the thing. You see, you need but people that feel that way, that's what they want to do. Like that's the entrepreneurial spirit, and it's so difficult, but we need people like that, and there's absolutely nothing wrong, I think, obviously, to not be one of those people, but doesn't mean that you shouldn't be. I guess the plus side of the bad people at workplace aspect is we have the right to be an asshole. It's rude and stupid, but at least we are not thrown out of society for it. Oh, like being rude. Yeah, we shouldn't be. Most places I've worked with plenty of resources were toxic too. It's a widespread issue for sure. Vaush is softly admitting he doesn't have an argument for democracy in the workplace. Tastes good with ketchup? Ketchup tastes good with what tastes good with it and bad when it doesn't. Yes, that's so true. Your second point too true. Non-relative point. I also draw and make art. Working these hard-ass jobs have put some good calluses on my hands and have better control of my tools. That's awesome. Ty, show us on the Discord your art. I mean, if you're comfortable. He didn't order food. He's warming it up. Woo!
That's the question.
Oh, it does.
Oh, sorry, I haven't written his part. Guys, we are in a new part of the argument. Okay, so there. Kyle says 3 minutes, and I think we're on to the second minute. This point is brainlit. Or the way that he's gone about it. Let's go to the next. This was non-functional. It's just a non-answer. Non-answer. And also the way he says it in a snarky voice is as if like, you figure it out, boy. I think democracy. What's democracy? How does he even word it? Works. Democracy is appropriate. Where it will make people happier. It is inappropriate where it will not. Okay, so you could say that that's just his argument. It's not that that's untrue. That's what he's asserting. He's asserting that because the value of does it matter is contingent upon whether people will be happier. That's his argument. So sorry, I completely spaced there. Because I was like, Chintzia, did you just fucking make sense or not? Anyway, let us restart. Okay, I think something's up with me. I've had a stroke. Okay, he is saying I think it matters in workplaces, and the reason he thinks it matters is because it makes people happier. If it would make people unhappy, then he wouldn't make it appropriate. But clearly, what he thinks is that it's never inappropriate because it will always make people happy. It's implied that that's what he's saying. It's possible, logically possible, that you could have a place where democracy just doesn't work, but because he's implying people will be unhappy if it's not democracy, it follows that democracy is the best. Okay, I made a sense. Smash that like button. I need a like button, actually. The end game for owners and employees is the same. The problem is when they either forgets that owners, private or shareholder, want growth. Happy employees that aren't being replaced to make that happen. Smash that like button. Like Gordon is only warming the food because he lives with Kitty and not Chat. Because I'm cold and Chat is cozy. Can we start a GoFundMe for this poor man to order food? No, it's not. He has the money to order food, but he's not allowed. Okay, for less than $1 a day, you can help a whipped puppy order. He is not whipped. That man, if he was, it's just that he's just being polite for you guys. Life button. I like it. It will give me life. Glad you're persevering through this debate after all. It's taking its toll. I think it's progressing better than the first two parts, if I'm being honest. Maybe it's just my brain is primed for this now. But then again, I have also seemed to have come across some sort of brain injury that is making me fail to speak properly, even more so than usual. So apologies for that. Glad you're persevering through the How is there still 4 hours of debate left? There is a lot of chat afterwards that isn't debate. So, yay. The end game for both is money, but owners looking at growth aspect of the company. Owners are looking at the growth aspect of the company. They're enriching themselves. Workers may not be caring for the growth, just looking out for themselves. That is the difference between the CEO people and the worker people. I'd argue that we should look at what they want with the money. That makes me think you thought about whipping. I mean, him being whipped with a whip doesn't make him whipped. You know what I'm saying? Good point about the different incentives. Yeah, it's pretty unproductive shot-faced for what I remember. At the moment, this is the most civil they've both been. So, I think we're getting somewhere. Well, so far. Okay, that doesn't answer the question. Identifies non-answer. Okay, let's see where the answer is. This is another, we're going nowhere.
It means that I'm not categorically in favor of democracy in every social structure.
Okay, so why don't you just say that? It's possible that democracy is not appropriate everywhere. Like he had to be snarky in his answer here. Just, you know, the way he said it. Just listen to this, okay? I know we are almost 3 minutes in, so I'm going to use the time to go back so you can hear him.
Places where democracy is inappropriate.
I think democracy is appropriate in places where it makes life better and not appropriate in places where it doesn't.
Yeah, but that
see, like the way he says it is like his tone there is that for me it's like, okay, that's not functional here. You're not making your point. He got to say the whole answer or whatever, and it's just like, just say the words. Just make yourself. I know that I'm not clear when I'm trying to explain what other people are saying, but you need to at least be trying to make yourself clear to someone.
That doesn't answer the question.
Oh, it does. It means that I'm not categorically in favor of democracy in every.
Like, I know that, okay, you can do that work, but it's just obtuse. It's nag. I don't know. It's like naggy in my opinion. It's an opinion. That is my opinion. It doesn't answer the question. Daisy, I can hear you playing with that couch. Okay, it does. Like, that was not the question, though. That wasn't the question. Rejects it. Rejects. Because it goes... Oh, Andrew! Andrew! Sorry, out of nowhere. I got a PO box. So I have a PO box now. Okay. Rejects identification. It means not categorically against democracy in every social structure. That wasn't the question. The question is, are there places where are there situations where democracy would be inappropriate? He's not asking for the value statement, he's asking for examples. So yes, it's very close to the answer, but it's not the actual answer. He's saying, here is my value statement, you do the work with it and assume what I know, what I'm saying. I'm going to make a note of that. Sorry, I want, it's juicy. This is so juicy. I get so excited and then I'm like, wait a second, what am I doing? No examples needed. He's kind of, he's covering his ass as well. He's covering his ass in case Sargon comes up with a place where it would be inappropriate. But he can't come up with, he can't come up with one. It's weird. He doesn't want to come up with one. Drop the PO box in the chat. I'll put it on I need to go and get it because it's new. I don't even know the number. I'll put it in Discord. These nuts, if ketchup makes you happy, I can tailor your compensation to that rather than cash. There's something called the DOP system in South Africa. They pay. It was more prevalent back in the day, in the bad days. Not that today is very good, but yeah, they had something called the DOP. Have had the DOP system where they would pay people in wine, pay the workers on the farm with wine. So that's why we all just have drinking problems, South Africans. It's just like in genetics. And then the culture grew of drinking, and also we make lots of wine and beer. So mustard is based. Honey mustard is transcendent. Oh my God, Monad. I agree. But then again, of course, why would I even say, oh my God? It's not surprising. Is there anybody who doesn't like honey mustard? They can fuck off, but I would like to know. Drop the blah, blah, blah. Sounds like District 9. Yes. Cool. By you in France. I'm kidding, I haven't watched it in a while, so I can't give you a reference.
Social structure. I don't think, for example, a family unit should be democratic. Voting on what.
There we go. We did have no examples given. Okay, but he's given. Take that out, Sincere. You assumed too much. But then again, he left it for other people. Structure. For example, not in a family. Honey mustard enjoyer. Based. For someone else's time, the ketchup.
you get for dinner seems a little bit weird. But in terms of a workplace, most of us spend most of our lives working in what is functionally an authoritarian system. You can't.
Every workplace is desirable. I mean,
Are you saying that democracy in this country is place? In order for democracy
Whoa, guys, that's the stream fucking out, right? Listen.
Voting on what you get for dinner seems a little bit weird.
Seems a little bit weird. Cool.
But in terms of a workplace, most of us spend most of our lives working in what is functionally an authoritarian system. You can't.
Every workplace.
You see, you can't workplace.
Is desirable. I mean,
are you saying that democracy is a bit weird? But in terms of a workplace, most of us spend most of our lives working in what is functionally an authoritarian system. You can't.
Every workplace is.
See, that's right. It's at the 33-minute mark. At 33, yeah, it completely skips out again, like chops. For example, not in a family, but most people spend most of their time in okay, yellow mustard on chili dogs is pretty good. Chili dogs, what is a chili dog exactly? Is it a hot dog that's chili on top, or is it an actual jalapeno? I don't know. I'm not American. What's up, Rusty? You don't like... Wait, sorry. Not what's up, Rusty. Back off. I don't like honey mustard. I like the yellow condiment. Oh, I do like mustard, though. See, lots of people... Okay, you know what? We should just agree, be happy that you like mustard, because a lot of people don't. They're just like, no, only with the ketchup. My husband... I mean, I married a person that doesn't like mustard. But he likes honey mustard because sugar. Gotta go for a while. No, Kevin! Toddler wants me. I'll watch the video later. Cool, Kevin. I hope that I can make some sort of sense for you. But I'm sure chat will also be helping us. Let us know what you think in the comment section below. Or on the Discord if you come there. Vaush is wrong. We are not close to that authoritarian workplace. You can leave a job. You can negotiate your labor. Vaush is not close on. Yeah, that's true. He's just characterizing it that way. He's decided that that's it. Oh, well, you can't leave a job because you are dependent on a job. But you can still leave a job. Yes, you probably won't leave a job until you have another job lined up. But the point is, yes, it is not physically restricted. And I think that matters. Hot dog with chili. Okay. Thinking of dollars as time stops you for maximizing happiness because you have limited time. Thinking of dollars as time stops you from maximizing happiness because you have limited time. No jalapeno, but that might be good. One of the horrible things that he orders is Papa John's, and I always get the jalapeno. So that's the only thing that kind of makes me simmer down when he's ordering some very unhealthy pizza. Not that there's anything healthy about pizza ever. Sadly, no Mexicans like mustard, but me. I got 2 positions at my job because I threatened to leave. Yeah. It's almost as if your toddler is the boss in your capitalist household. Sounds like my boss. And you can't leave that system. It's basically a hot dog with cooked chili on top. Thicker the chili, the better. Then you had mustard. Then you had shredded cheese and a case of diabetes. Sounds great. I like that time point there. But we all make sacrifices for what we want. Time is usually the first sacrifice. Oh, yeah. Should probably cook that hot dog too, I suppose. Jalapeno and bacon on pizza is the best. Hey, we don't have that much bacon here. We have beef bacon and turkey bacon. Right money is in between for trade. Is the in between for trade, but don't label your dollars as time. You ignore the quality in the market factors. True, it's true. Time is not money, but it's also sometimes money.
Desirable. I mean,
are you saying that democracy in this country is place in order for democracy to be
Yeah, so there's some skip. I don't know what I'm supposed to do.
Of democracy in every social structure? I don't think, for example, a family unit should be democratic. Voting on what you get for dinner seems a little bit weird. But in terms of a workplace, most of us spend most of our lives working in what is functionally an authoritarian system. You
I'm
can't.
going to say
workplace is
functionally.
desirable. I mean,
I'm going to say functionally. What is functionally? Factually. Okay, I'm going to make some sort of, I don't know, weird line shape to denote WTF. All shapes, let's see. No, let's get a sticker. Let's get a sticker. And we will say question mark. Okay. L. Yeah, there you go. Okay, that's it. Just give me a block, dude. Okay, and then I think Sargon says workplace example. Right, we're going to go and just try and do listen.
Are you saying that democracy is weird? But in terms of a workplace, most of us spend most of our lives working in what is functionally an authoritarian system. You can't.
every workplace is desirable.
Okay, so is he saying workplace is desirable? Is every workplace? I think he's asking. Is it in every workplace? I'm going to just do this. To show I tried to say what he would figure out what he was saying there.
Well, I mean,
Are you saying that democracy in this country is place in order for democracy?
Okay, then are you saying there's some bit about are you saying the democracy in this country is? Okay, so we've got another jump cut.
To be non-viable there, and you essentially said yes. If in this country is place in order for democracy.
Okay, so I'm just gonna start it on in order for democracy. Okay, I'm just gonna start it on that sentence, and then let's see. Just gonna assume there were words between there that didn't really make much of a difference.
Every workplace is desirable. I mean,
Are you saying that democracy in this country is place in order for democracy to be non-viable there? And you essentially said yes, if you can just leave. So I ask you, in the EU, you can freely travel across the land borders of those countries. Would it be?
Okay, there was some assumption that I think he probably brought up. I think he might have brought up that you can leave. It functions as a democracy, kind of. It doesn't function as an authoritarian thing because it is because you could leave. Leave the workplace. So it isn't authoritarian. Okay, and then we're going to say Then he brings up, okay, if uses this logic, uses this point, okay, and goes, okay, if you saying being able to leave makes it non-authoritarian, then look at the example of the EU. You can move freely. Okay.
Wrong then for Germany to institute a Kaiser if democracy doesn't matter there because you can just leave.
That's
You can move freely through it. If it would be wrong for Germany implement you could just leave. Like that, right? But no, you can't leave. The whole point is that you can't leave. You're trapped in the country. I'm pretty sure you get stuck in the country when it becomes an authoritarian state. Maybe that's the point that Vaush is trying to make.
not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is the reason that democracy is a useful thing for a society is because essentially.
Okay. No. Rejects characterization. Okay, that's not what he's saying. No, not control all. I just want this. Okay, well, I'll change that to red, but you weren't thinking fast enough. So. Okay, that's not what I'm saying.
Actually, people are trapped within it. And democracy is a very good way of making sure that power is evenly distributed. What I'm saying is the reason that democracy is a useful thing for a society is because essentially people are trapped within it.
Okay, he's saying democracy is useful because people are trapped in it. And then democracy means that power is...
And democracy is a very good way of making sure that power is evenly well distributed.
Okay. Democracy means that power is well distributed. Is a good way. Ensure power is well distributed. Democracy is useful because people are trapped in it. Democracy is a good way to ensure. So because you're trapped in it, he still hasn't explained why it's useful. He hasn't finished his point, I know, but I'm trying to see how those two things go together. Obviously, both refer to democracy, but democracy is useful because people are trapped in it, so it's inescapable, which is good, because then it continues. And then democracy is a good way to ensure power is well distributed. Point that I would like to make here is a lot of the lefties, the critical social theory people, they're obsessed with all the power levels, and there's always power in every interaction, and that's true. But what they want to do is remove the concept of power. Okay, I'm not saying this is exactly what Vaush is saying, but when you come down to it, this there's a hierarchy, there's hierarchies in workplaces and whatever, and it always seems to be that they're trying to remove hierarchy, and that's the same thing as removing. They're also trying to remove the differences between people, and the differences between people are what cause those hierarchies. And hierarchies are not fixed; they change depending on the situation, which is something that social critical theory looks at. And I say critical theory, not really remembering my readings from social psychology, so I don't even know if that's even the word. But I'm talking about Foucault. That whole thing, like that's they're trying to get that away, and that's impossible. And that's the same sort of thing with capitalism. Capitalism doesn't try to get rid of hierarchy and difference, whereas communism does, while using hierarchy, because you have to. We're stuck in governance because of just how big our countries have become and how things have progressed in leadership. Okay, so let's go
through the system. That does not mean that it is the ideal form of governance in all cases. For example,
okay, they both have said that it's not the ideal form of governance. Okay. Governance everywhere, in every situation. Okay. I think he's going to now go on to explain, hopefully, give an example of how it's not ideal.
A business is not like a country. A business actually has other demands placed upon it.
Okay, so example, illustration, example. Turn around, bitch. Example, for illustration purposes. It follows from previous points, so I need to make it up. Yeah, I don't know why I go into a funny accent. Funny as in weird. Come here, example. And it's green because this is now substantiating his point.
Can actually fail.
Oh, yes. Okay, business. It has different demands placed upon it. It can. Countries can fail, but then again, no, countries don't fail. Governments do. States do. So not people, if you know what I'm saying, because you can't quantify that. I think I understand what the difference is. It's very subtle.
I mean, I suppose technically countries can fail, but you know what I mean for the sake of argument. There is a lot more at work in the management of a business than there is in the management
of a country.
Yeah, you see, yeah, he sees it. That's great. Okay, that makes me feel human. I'm sorry, because that is something that I would do. I would be like, there's, like, I'm talking. This is my point. Wait a second, as it comes out of my mouth. No. And of course, when you are with somebody who is just waiting for a sniper moment or whatever, this is gonna turn into shit. He's gonna jump on it. Whereas if you're trying to engage in good faith and you're not trying to gotcha all the time, you can maybe help a person out with the fact that, oh wait, they might be coming to terms with the fact that you are correct and their argument is wrong. He's still coming to his thoughts about this. I think a business is different to a country, but we need to figure out in which ways, and the way that he is saying it, because he says it can fail, technically so can states. Okay? And then he also says there are more things at play when running a business. Okay? A business trails off. Wait, actually, no. So it just makes me feel good because I'm like, even Sargon the Great can do a little. Oh, wait a second. I think the differences that I would want to point out are the size and the subtlety that is between individuals. So your units of measurement are people that are quite visible. They are not lost in a collective. It's much smaller, so it is it's different in that manner. That's what would be different, not the more things at play in it. You could say there's more personal things at play. There's more individual things at play, not that for the country. That's where I would go, but I don't know where he's going with this, why he needs them to be different. I don't know what his point is, because he's arguing against democracy, which I'm just like, huh? Okay, so what's that? Dunning-Kruger, I saw Dunning-Kruger. Greece failed, yeah. I'm not trapped in here with society. Society is trapped in here with me. He uses lots of big words to sound smarter. Oh my god, D, that is exactly what I get pissed off with. That's what makes me do this. All I'm hearing is early destiny. Scratch the early. He uses lots of big words and sounds smarter than he is. It's a debate tactic, but not a good one. I will credit, he does sound articulate. And he does. And you know what? Last time I was like, that's a word salad. Because it just sounded like, geez, he just used all these big words because it was unnecessary. So I'm like, oh, it's word salad. But then we went back through it word by word and wrote it, and it made sense, but it was absolutely unnecessary to word it that way. And yes, you could say that's autism, but I don't think it is. I think it's part of his debate tactic, part of his character. You can chalk it up to autism, whatever. It's part of his character. He likes that. That's part of, there's people like that they know their vocabulary is bigger than somebody else. They don't have to, I'm not saying he has to dumb himself down for Sargon. Sargon can follow and follows him a lot quicker and better than I could. But he just uses unnecessary wording. And it's not helpful in the debates. It's a skill that to make something that is complex, bring it down to easier words. It's actually a skill. Make it simpler, make it like explain like I'm 5. That became a thing because you can break it down into small enough pieces. That's great, isn't it? I don't think there's anything wrong with that. So I agree. It's a debate tactic to just put on all the words. I've noticed it's always the left engages in pedantry and intellectual elitism. Makes it all the funnier with Dunning-Kruger effect. The way he trailed off, like he just knew Vaush was going to roast him for it. Yeah, he did. You just knows. You could see his face. Let's go back. I mean, I think it's even in sync now. I haven't been looking at the video too much. The right wing often falls into the opposite trap of appealing to base emotions, but somehow that's not as infuriating. Well, both appeal to emotion, for sure. I think they're both, and it's a dangerous thing to do because reason goes out the window then. Government, well, US government is run very much like a business, but a country is not like a business. 100% agreed, kidding. Of course. Equid. Thank you. Okay, let's go. Vaush is a talker for a living. He's doing this on pool purpose. I guess that's just autocorrect. A debate is to convince the audience, not the person you're debating. You should be using language that exactly. So I'm actually going to put notes because we've expanded on this together. I'm going to take it's a debate tactic which has a way about him. Land borders as opposed to air borders. Blaine, you are flippin' hilarious, dude. Like, just your immediate snark that comes out is just always on point. Your comedic timing, bro. Bruce is very about him. Intelligence. I would try to speak like a high school student. Exactly. You don't have to go like, but it's important to make yourself understandable. But making your argument inaccessible to your opponent can make him look stupid. So why would you do that? Why would you want to make sense? The PayPal in chat, just in case, or if you are too busy to find it, or I could. If you go to my Twitch, there's the tips. There's a tips place. Oh, actually no. I think there's a link. Let me just do it. There's a link in. Oh, we have an hour left. There's a link at the YouTube. In my YouTube channel place. Your channel, there we go. See? Deepal! Dilated pore of Wana. Oh, I've lost 2 subscribers, guys. Where is it? Yeah, Stream Elements. There is the tip page. I'm not sure if, I don't know if Stream Elements gets any of this. I don't think it does. It's just the reason that you use this link is so that your system can alert you in your stream that you have a tip. There you go. I should probably do tip like a PayPal link or whatever.
No, let me reframe that. I didn't say that. I would say.
I didn't say that. You should. I hope you're saying I wouldn't say that.
Then there is in the management of
a country.
No, let me reframe that. I didn't say that. I would say that there is a lot.
Didn't say that. He's not. Yeah, he didn't finish saying it, so that's not what he said. Wait, I'm going to. I'm diagramming himself, which is great. It makes me feel like I'm diagramming myself. Reframes, rewords. Okay, I would like to see what brought him to saying that. I really want to know if you can reframe this instead of just disagreeing with yourself. Because I can do that. I do that immediately in real time. I had to explain that to my husband. He's like, geez, you change your mind a lot mid-sentence. I'm like, yeah, it's because it's live. If it was scripted, it would sound a lot better. Oh, sheesh. All that for red. Oh, fuck off. It doesn't have to be red now. Are we having another wobbly mirror? Are we ready? Can I tap? Can I tap? Can I move? Okay, wobbly mirror. I forgot how bad. Hey, PC. Yeah, I don't like how his mic is bad, but he yells into it. There we go. Look. Miro caught up to us. I think that's what was going through Sargon's brain at this point. So he goes, that's not what I meant. Oh yeah, I'm just gonna put here a little note for to denote Vaush's what? A country? sees fault. Also sees fault. Also sees fault. And that's not what I said. It's not what you mean. Don't say that's not what you said.
More risk involved in the management of a business for the individual.
There you go. Oh, yeah, that's what I was going to say. That it's about the individual. The smaller units of, not of measurement, of movement. It's for the individual. I just want to check if you said anything else.
Frame that. I didn't say that. I would say that there is a lot more risk involved in the management of a business for the individual. So I would suggest that, I mean, for example, I mean, do you honestly think that is it just giant corporations that you're aiming for here? Or is it literally every business?
Okay, that's a bit fragmented. Let's just see, like, yeah, I agree. The mic thing was a power move. Yeah, it was, and it was absolutely annoying. It's pathetic in my opinion. Like, stop it. You don't need that. And you know what? It just makes you look unhinged. It helps you look unhinged. Loud mics and screaming is for gaming streams. Okay. I think the slip from Sargon may have been his brain working too fast for his mouth to keep up. I know exactly what that feels like. I do that too much. Sargon acting like Homer Simpson, sinking into the edge. Yeah, he you know what? What also happened. I don't know if this might be what's happening inside him, but where you go, what the fuck did I just say? And then you're like, wait a second, let me just try and catch the thoughts that are all swimming around, and you've realized your problem. You've kind of, wait a second. He's like, maybe I should just go into this hedge. We talked about the mic in part 1 thing. We're trying to figure out honest technical hiccup or sneaky debate tactic. I feel like it's sneaky debate tactic because he was told several times, okay, to turn it down. And then he says, I'm moving myself away from my mic. And I'm just thinking, that's like, you've got a whole boom. You can move your mic far away from you. You're a classic streamer. You can do that.
Because like 99% of businesses and more, do you honestly think risk involved in the management of a business for the individual?
Yes.
So I would suggest that, I mean...
Okay, so here we have wobbly. He's having a wobbly like Miro did. So I'm going to move him. He's doing this all on his own. I love it. It's beautiful. Jump grasping. Grasps fragments. Thoughts. Grasps at, not grasps. He's grasping at, but he hasn't grasped in. He's trying to say. Yeah, he talks for a living. Figure it out, yeah.
I would say that there is a lot more risk involved in the management of a business for the individual. So I would suggest that, I mean, for example...
Yeah, I would suggest that. Okay, like, seriously, I do want to say this. I would suggest... For example... Yeah, he's not putting the words together. The example came to mind, and he said, for example.
I mean, do you honestly think that is it just...
Okay, do you honestly think? So that... Oh my god, I love him! He's a man after my own heart. This is me. Shame. Shame. He can't. For him, I feel sorry for him that he lives in this kind of world. I feel like if he was more composed, he would have found out what his thoughts were. He's not too sure what he's thinking right now, and that's okay. And I say that's okay because I want the same sort of charity for myself. For example, I mean, do you honestly think? And then I think his next one is, are you? And I think Vaush is probably smiling from ear to ear.
Giant corporations that you're aiming for here,
Inside.
or is it literally every?
Oh, do you honestly think? Is it? And he says or, because do you hear this? He goes or.
Business. Is it just giant? I mean, for example, do you honestly think that is it just giant corporations that you're aiming for?
Oh, he didn't say or, because I was just thinking, like, if he said or, he's got another option in his head. So he had the or, but he didn't have the option said out loud. So is this just giant corporations you're after, or what? Well, he hasn't said or.
Or is it literally every business? Because like 90.
Or is it every business? You see how he lets Sargon go here because Sargon has talked himself out of it.
99% of businesses in America are like small businesses.
So
I think they start arguing about that. I'm not arguing at 99% hyperbole of businesses. Isn't it like it's a lot? It's most of them, but yeah, in US are small businesses. You're the backbone of this country.
to clarify, you said democracies only function because we're trapped there.
Okay, so he doesn't take any. He's not.
Literally every business. Because like 99% of businesses in America are like small businesses.
So to clarify.
So I think he's also going up somewhere. This also seems like he's going another place, which does refer back to a previous point, I understand, but it doesn't follow on from Sargon's detour either. In back here. Refers back. Line of arguments. And it's red. Do you guys hear the beep, 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 beep? Do you guys hear that? Because you always hear that in Dubai, because there's always construction going on. Okay, to clarify, did you say you good?
Just giant corporations. This is in America, like small businesses.
So to clarify, you said democracies only function because we're trapped there. Again.
Clarify, you said. Okay, so democracy. Okay.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say democracies only function because we're trapped there.
Then are there only?
Well, yeah, it was such a fragmented point. Okay, I'm gonna make an L. Shut up. I say shut up because you're probably saying, hey, L. She said L. She has an L. Take an L. So I'm just going over here. Where did it go? Are you saying no? It means doesn't answer the question. What did he say? We don't have a choice. So the question was, democracies make people happier. I could ask the same question of the United States. Why do they, what he was saying is, why do they need to be, does it need to be Okay, so he said it's because we don't have a choice, but he has not said that the function, how it functions. He did not say that. So he's not lying here, or he's not mischaracterizing himself. He's or painting his point in the best light. He's in a false but best light. He is actually correct in saying that's not what he was talking about. To clarify, democracies, and I'll actually move it up, sorry, because we're trapped there. Not what I said. Okay, sorry. So this point actually should go here. I'll put it over there. Okay, I love being able to point back at what somebody said. That's the whole idea of having the pretty lines. It makes me feel all kinds of ways, man. Not what I said. That's not what Sargon said. He said we need them because we're trapped there. Yeah, well, yeah, he said that, yes, the need is what he was talking about.
Desirable because you're trapped there?
Primarily.
Yeah, okay, not what I said. Okay, so now he reframes or rejects. Oopsie, it's made a little comment there. Reject. Okay, rephrase, recharacterization. Okay. They are only because we're trapped there. Okay, and he agrees. And also just clearly whatever Vaush is gearing up to, whatever he's gearing up to isn't really dependent on the fact that he said they function on because we are trapped in them. That's not really the point. So the word function was not even. It shouldn't. I hope his argument doesn't focus on functioning versus need. Okay. Okay. Primarily yes. Where do we go?
I mean, if there was a better way of distributing power around, then you don't have to have a democracy.
So you would be fine with a better way. So you would be
okay. So he's saying primarily yes. We, if there was a better way to distribute power, then no, but I can't think of one. Think of a better one, anything better. Okay, so now he's not listening. Do you hear Vaush is already talking over him?
Then you don't have to have a democracy.
So you would be fine with a better way. So you would be okay if Germany or France.
Do you see that? He's not finished, never finished his point. He's just waiting. He's just been waiting to say, so you would be okay. I am putting it down here because it supposedly follows from all of what we're talking about. So it's a new point, but follows from previous. And he's going to bring out an example now. It might be a Cathy Newman. It might be demonstrating his... what's it? Example of logic? Of position ascribed to Sargon. So that's what he's going to be doing here. And let's see what he says.
Or any other of those countries where you literally can leave at your behest would be okay if Germany or France or any other of those countries where you literally can leave at your behest were made non-democratic, if they were made
Okay, so he's saying you would be okay. You would be fine with with Germany, etc., becoming non-democratic because you can leave. Well, I wouldn't expect them to stay in that manner, that you can leave them when they become non-democratic. So I don't see where we're going with this, Vaush, but you know what? I need to be led by you. Lead me down the path of your argument.
I think you just listened to what I said, or I don't think you're engaging with.
No, he didn't. He did not listen to what he said at all. I don't know what this is about. Why?
Well, if I'm Paulin, if
okay, like look, we saw the brain fog that Sargon got into. It's exhausting. It is exhausting to speak in this manner. Both of them. It's very exhausting. It's exhausting to go through, and we are going through it in minute detail. Just think about having this, and they've only spoken for 30 minutes, but it's been so intense.
You literally can leave at your behest or made non-democratic if they were made authoritarian.
You just listened to what I said, or I don't think you're engaging with it.
Okay, so he's... don't think you disagrees completely. Complete rejection. I'm just going to say rejects. No, don't map. Take it off. Rejects. Okay, and rejects accuses. You haven't said, heard what I said. And I'm writing that point down because it's part of sort of an aggressive move. Haven't heard what I said. And then he makes it a little bit softer, or you're just not engaging with it. So he's kind of like, oh, well, you've heard what I've said, but you've ignored it. That's basically what he's trying to say. Or what he's saying. I would just hold it. I would just like to let everybody know that we have made it through 5 minutes of the debate. Like I said. So Kyle, suck it. I don't think you could hear that, but I said suck it.
If I'm misunderstanding.
At your behest. Is that a correct use of the phrase? Your own behest. It's not a good use of the phrase, because behest is usually somebody else's behest. You do something on the behest of someone else, but technically I would say that it means the same thing. But the B, I suppose the behest, the B part of behest, is something that makes it external. So I like words. Vaush isn't listening. He's listening for chances to cut in. Oh, yes. Vaush can only hear his internal monologue and about how powerful and... Yes, he can hear his internal monologue and his chat about how powerful and correct he is. He can't listen fully if he's too busy checking notes and preparing those big words for his turn to speak. Exactly. He was busy with this, so you would be fine. He was so excited to get this down. Not as excited as the part where he thought he was going to get some sort of saucy take from Sargon, where Richard Spencer's progressive. He was very excited for that. But yeah, he's not listening, just lining up this example. Just lining up this example. Very happy to do so. Okay, you haven't heard anything, you're not engaging with it. 5 minutes! Whoa there, slow down. I know, how are we going to? Kill me, part 3 of 20. To be honest, the more present Sunday's algorithm, Vaush at least knows Sargon's point at a surface level, if only to attack it. Yeah, a little. I think it's if I'm just thinking, look, we haven't done a President Sunday one, and we will. I think that'll be a next one. No, we need to do the Black Consciousness one. I think, not Black Consciousness, whatever that one. We what do you call it? What was I even going to say? Because I was too busy thinking now of the name of the debate. Oh yes, with Bob and Dane. I know we're always talking about them, but it's just they're a great example. Especially Bob. Also go and watch Andrew Clark's video if you haven't already. Like, what the hell? Where the way that he works, Bob, is he doesn't seem to understand. He willingly, or I'm not too sure about whether he is purposefully ignorant of the person's argument so that he can mischaracterize it completely. I feel like he doesn't even let himself understand because he's not trying to. So it's not, I don't think he understands and then lies. I think he doesn't even let himself get to the point of understanding. But with Vaush, on the other hand, he's not like that. I think if he is not understanding something, it's because he's not listening. It's not because he hasn't let himself. Well, he's decided, I am not listening. I'm not interacting with this. He is picking, which I think he said right, he is picking the bits of the arguments that he wants to address, which I understand that is usually how it goes, but he's selectively hearing what he wants to hear, or the most pertinent points. Great video, by the way, right?
You're saying democracy functions. You're trying is desirable.
To make me say something I'm not saying.
You're trying to make me say something. We're getting, but this was such a nice point, guys. You were so like cooperative for like this little bit. What happened? He came up with an example that he was hoping to be a gotcha. So it's like, so he repeats. I'm just going to put a gray thing, or I'll put in square brackets to denote. I'm not going to put the exact words. Repeats the mischaracterization of Sargon's point. Okay, and then doubles down. I'm going to say doubles down. And Sargon's like, you're trying to make me say something. Because he did say, you're saying. He said, you're saying. He even used the words, you're saying. Okay, you're trying to make me say something. I like that. I like that. I like saying that. He's characterizing literally what is happening. Same way as we have Eric, who goes, and there's the beautiful clip in Andrew's video where he goes, he says, you're being passive aggressive or whatever, don't do that. He also calls it out and says it like very nicely, very precisely. Stop doing that. So they are something, but I think they are different. They operate differently with the same. They have things that are similar that make them unlikable. But then they have their own flavors of doing stuff.
Well, then let me ask you yes or no. Like, yes or no?
Oh, here it is. Here it is, boys. Yes or no? Okay, let me ask you yes or no. Yes or no, Sargon? Yes or no? I'm just going to put it here. Let me ask you yes or no. It's going to be an upwards one. Ramps up. Let me ask you yes or no. And Sargon is speaking in the background. Good luck trying to understand what he's saying. Nobody. I mean, I could try. Let's try.
Understanding you, you're saying democracy functions.
You're trying
or is desirable.
To make me say something I'm not saying.
Well, then let me ask you yes or no.
He said democracy is. And that is the power play of the mic. We are listening. We are the audience here trying to go, what the fuck is he saying? Yes, it's very difficult to understand when two people are speaking in any case. But when one is much louder than the other, you are going to obviously understand loud man.
Yes or no?
Hang on. Why don't I just explain your confusion?
Because I think you're lying. Yes or no?
Hang on. Why don't I just explain?
Okay, let me ask you yes or no. Hang on. Let me just explain. So I think I'm going to go up here because it's not. He's saying hang on. He wants to go interrupt. Well, not interrupt. Hang on. What he's trying to say is let me explain what you're confused on. Okay, and then yes or no, yes or no. I think he does it better than me.
Your confusion.
Because I think you're lying to me. You're saying.
Oh wow. Okay, first he's like, because I think you're lying to me. Why won't you? Like he's saying, why won't you let me? Okay, and then he's like, accuses. I think you're lying to me. Okay, hold on. Okay, hold on. Hold the fucking phone here. Did you hear what this man just said? I think you're lying to me. You just fucking lied. Categorically, you said a man said this when he did not say that. So instead of immediately saying, you are lying, Sargon, I don't think that's what you think, which is a valid thing to say, okay? You can say that. I don't think that's what you're saying. It's better than saying, this is what you're saying. He is saying, I think you're lying to me. So I think you're lying means I'm mind reading. I know what you mean better than you. You are lying to me by saying something I think, saying something different to what I think you've said. Somebody write that sentence down and do a syntactical analysis, and they will see that I've used good grammar. I say somebody and it'll be me. So I'm just going to make a marker because I'm a nerd. I want to do that. And I'll put a diagram in the Discord. And if I'm wrong, it's fine. Oopsie. If I'm wrong, I'll admit it. Okay. Sorry, everybody. Let's continue. OBS. Vaush. Okay. Where did that emoji come from? Which emoji? Projection! Vaush I can't hear you. Could you turn your mic up, please? Wow, Vaush is basically swallowing his mic. Deep throating. This is why it's good to have a volume control for both parties in debates. If you're the moderator. Yeah, the only thing that Adam can do is mute them. Mute one of them. Well, both of them. I may be wrong, but are debates really a place for yes or no? I mean, sure, you can ask yes or no questions, but what gets accomplished without deeper explanation? Just asking. And where did that emoji come from? It came from within. It came from within. You needed to cry. I'm just asking questions. Syntactical for all the operators out there. Syntactical. Oh, really? Was it syntactical in that it was sinful? Okay, so yeah, is debate place for yes or no. It could be seen as a setup for gotchas because you're bringing something down. It's reductive. It's just bringing things right down. I guess it depends on when you're going to ask it and for what reason. Are you trying to get a gotcha, or are you trying to say, this is how my argument runs. I need to ask you this, yes or no. It might be an obvious question, whatever. It's also just think back to what Andrew said, where you can ask a very simple question in order to not go down stupid side quests. So it's the same sort of thing, but here it's not. It's just it's to set up the gotcha. I think you're lying to me. Can we just understand that? I think you're lying to me. What the fuck? Earlier your stream skipped. Maybe it's because I lost my shit. When was earlier? Keyboard is crying. Have you tried it? Giving it therapy? My brain is sleepy and my thumbs are failing me. I suppose it's time to go. Have a good day and good work, everyone. Thanks, Dee. Thank you so much. Go and sleep. I think that was a Freudian slip of the keyboard. You're tired, so let's go.
Saying two incontrovertible things. I'm asking you.
Okay, you're saying two incontrovertible things. There's the wordsmith. I think you're lying to me. I just want to put a note of this man to. Okay. I think you're lying to me. I think you're saying two incontrovertible things. That's what he said, right?
Because I think yes or no. Like yes or no.
Hang on. Why don't I just explain your confusion?
Because I think you're lying to me. You're saying two incontrovertible things. I'm asking you.
Lying about my opinion.
Lying about what? Yes, lying my opinion. He's lucky that Sargon didn't lose his shit, because I would be like, I'm lying, bitch. I would. This is why I am not Sargon of Akkad. Clarificate, calm, relatively calm. Question. Lying about my own opinion. What do you think these two incontrovertible things he's talking about are? What are the two incontrovertible things?
Yes, you can do that.
Why would I do that? Why wouldn't I?
Yes. Emphatically. Agrees. Yes, he loves saying yes. When he's doing his yes, it's like, yeah, motherfucker.
Because you know your position here is stupid.
Yes, because you know your position here is stupid. You know your position here, and I'm gonna put this in square brackets because it makes what he's saying make more sense. Real position is stupid here. So he's lying. He has the stupid one. You have the stupid position. Stop trying to act like you have the other position. Dude, he actually just laid out a position that didn't really make much sense, but now you're saying he's lying? You didn't. You left his nonsensical reasoning over here. You left his. He messed up perfectly for you, but you were too busy thinking about him saying that you were too busy thinking back to when he was saying it's because we can't escape them. You've only been thinking about that. You had he did lay out stupid things for you. And I don't mean to say that you should go and jump on him and carry on, but there was discussion there that was supposed to happen. But you brought it back here because this is where you wanted to be. You wanted to be where, because you have an argument against that thing that he brought up back there. We need to bring him back here so that I can do the, hey, look at my argument. And this is how you do it. Your real position is stupid. You didn't do it back then. You didn't do it back then. Why didn't you do it back then?
Democracy
Really? Go on.
only desirable because it is implemented in places where you have no choice but.
Your position is stupid here.
You can do
Why
that.
would I do that? Why wouldn't I
Well,
just give
because
my
you know
opinion?
your position here is stupid. Is democracy
Really? Go on.
only
Okay. Expanding this. Oh, he's going to go to yes or no, yes or no, yes or no. Expand. Repeats. Is democracy. And also, he didn't say it's only functional. Remember, he mischaracterized. Sargon has categorically said that's not what he was saying. He was not saying democracy functions. He was saying democracy is. Very different.
desirable?
Why wouldn't I
Well,
just give
because
my
you
opinion?
know your position
Oh, wait,
here
he
is
did
stupid.
change it. He did change it. He said, is democracy desirable?
Is democracy
Really? Go on.
only desirable because it is implemented in places where you have no choice but.
Is democracy only desirable because it is implemented in places? That's not what he's saying, where it is the only. It's inescapable. I haven't let him finish his point yet. Is democracy only desirable because it's implemented in these places? I don't think that's what he's saying. I think that maybe better to be saying only desirable because it has been implemented, not because a place has implemented democracy. There are places that are just out in the ether, and then we decide to implement democracy randomly. Yeah, both of these, the parts of this, I'm like,
to be there.
I think it's the best solution.
so
Places where you have no choice but to be there.
in places where you have no choice but to be there. Does that make sense? You have no choice but to be there. Okay, I don't care whether this is Vaush's characterization of Sargon or this is Sargon's point. But I really need to make sense of it in my mind. Is democracy only desirable? Because this wording is clumsy to me. It's not sitting. Is democracy only desirable because it is implemented in places where you have no choice but to be there? I don't think you can say something is desirable. I think yes, Sargon has not made his point properly with the rights. He was just being edgy as well, trying to just be, oh yeah, well there's no choice because he would implement something else if he could. But he later on does admit that there is no better way. So that's it. So it's desirable because it actually is the best way. That's what his actual position is. But he's held on to what I think doesn't really make sense, in my opinion, which is that it's the wording of it's desirable because it's implemented in places where you have no choice but to be there. I don't think it's about being there. That's not what. No, he's wrong. Sorry, I'm just thinking there. Okay, it's not. That's not what he said. He's never said that it's because you can't leave. It's because it's the system in which you live. That's it. It's not about it's the system. It's the entire America. It's it's all over the place. It's in your society. That is it. It has nothing to do with whether you can leave. It's authoritarian if you can't leave. You can make your own company and be your own boss. You can't do that with government. Yeah, you can't make your own government. You have to have war. The fish is in water argument, where the fish doesn't know about the water despite swimming in its whole life. Yeah, he's just saying, well, there's no other way. If you take the fish out of water, it's not going to breathe. It doesn't have the organs to breathe air. It needs to be in the water. That's it. There's no other way. But he is not saying that you have to be stuck in the place. You can jump. The fish can jump out of the water and go into the other non-democratic society, and it will die there. So this point that he is ascribing to Sargon doesn't make sense. But I guess that's the point. He's trying to say that, yeah, you're stupid. So he's mischaracterized it. Okay, I think we came full circle. But I really just wanted to take my brain through that because, yeah, it just wasn't sitting. And that is why we take 3 hours to do 5 minutes.
I think it's the best solution to the distribution of power within a country that we have discovered so far.
There we go. That was what he said, and I will bring you the arrow for him saying it. Okay? He's moved away from this. He's like, yeah, that's not what I said. This is what I said. This is what I think. Recharacterizes or correction. Because this is nonsensical. That thing over there is nonsensical. Sorry. That's not, I don't know what he's trying to say. I don't know what his imaginary Sargon is trying to say. I have discovered so far. Okay?
Okay.
Understand that?
Whether or not you can leave.
Okay, well, was there a skip?
Discovered so far.
Okay.
Understand that?
Whether or not you can leave.
Okay, he's
Even
asking
if
a
you can
question.
leave, so what?
Whether or not you can leave. It's the best system we have discovered so far. Whether or not you can leave. So, clarification. Okay. Did we run out of space? Miro is just like, it like gets to a certain bit of server place and then it has a wobbly for a while. Okay, are we going to have a non-responsive page? There we go. You ready? Have you recovered? No. There we go. Slowly. Slowly. Don't hurt yourself. Thank you. Clarify. Okay, good. We're getting faster. Okay, clarifies whether or not you can leave. People can leave or they can't leave. It doesn't matter. That's what he's saying. Answers directly. Direct answer. It struggles because we have a huge diagram, guys. We have a fucking huge diagram that it's trying to keep track of.
I agree. Even if you can leave. Yes, democracy is wonderful, even if you can leave. I agree. Even if you can.
Even if you can leave, so what?
I agree. Even if you can leave. Yes, democracy is wonderful.
Okay, why is he getting passionate now? As if this is a point of contention. They're both agreeing here, right? People can leave. You can leave. This is not, he's looking at it from the wrong point. It's like people can jump out of the water. They can. It doesn't matter. But now he's getting upset because I think he's completely misunderstood. He just wants to bite on this and it's just not working.
Even if you can leave.
I don't even know if I call it wonderful, but I think it's definitely preferable to the other alternatives, don't you?
Yes, it doesn't matter. Okay, are we a facetious agreement? No, that's a question. So I'm just going to say agreement. Agrees. Yes, democracy is great whether people can leave or not. Okay. Oh, wait, whether people can leave. It's not democracy if they can't leave, just by the way, but okay. Whether they can leave. Does he say or not? It's very important.
I don't even know if I call it wonderful, but I think it's definitely preferable to the other alternatives, don't you?
So what is...
Okay.
Even if you can leave. Yes, democracy is wonderful, even if you can leave.
He says even if you can leave. If people can leave. Okay? Wonderful. I wouldn't call it wonderful. I'm going to say the wonderful. Even if people can leave. Wouldn't call it wonderful. I'd call it it's better than the alternative, which is what most people would say. That was his point all along. He never said it's perfect. He just says it's better than the other. Refines. Okay. Vaush thinks Sargon is subconsciously agreeing with him, but hasn't realized it yet. Yes, all he has to do is bring the unconscious Sargon along with him. I agree with that. I agree. It is. It's angry agreement. Okay. What are we doing? I love this, Blaine. The imaginary Sargon thinks that democracy is both default, best, and awful. That is it. I just want to, I want to bring it here. That this is, I'm going to put your translation here. Guys, I'm having much more fun with this part. I think it's because I'm not upset too much about how slowly this is going. I'm feeling like it needs to go this slow because I'm seeing so much in everything. I love it. So much noise gate. I'm sorry.
I don't even know if I
look. It's better than the alternative. You know what? I'll turn it off one day. Okay, turn it off on a gaming stream, and then you'll hear everything.
Wonderful, but I think it's definitely preferable to the other alternative.
Also, it's noise suppression. It's not noise gate.
So what does being able to leave have to do with whether or not democracy would be? So what is?
I don't know if I call it wonderful, but I think it's definitely preferable to the other alternatives, don't you?
So what does being able to leave have to do with whether or not democracy would be valuable?
He's so obtuse that he's thinking that this is his mind read, his imaginary Sargon is when Sargon said we have no choice. This is what Sargon said we have no choice, and then he went in there and said we can't leave, and took out this word leave, and he's like, aha. So you are saying that because we can't leave, this and this and this. And yes, he did talk about being able to leave the plantation and all of that. That is freedom that he's talking about. This, on the other hand, this is hilarious. He's circling back. He's going back to criticize the point that he's like, so what does it have to do? You literally just asked him about it. If there's nothing to do with it, why is it relevant? You're doing it. No, it's okay. I guess you can do that. You can ask a question that is in order to demonstrate its irrelevance, the topic's irrelevance. But I don't think that's what he's doing. He's just decided he's turned on a dime. And he's like, haha, I'm going to disagree with this thing. What does being able to leave have to do with?
Workplaces.
I don't know. You seem to...
Whether or not democracy... So what does being able to leave have to do with whether or not democracy would be valuable in workplaces?
What does being able to leave have to do with democracy being good for workplaces? Okay, let's see. This is now going back to his point. That was accurate, that's when it was brought up, that you can leave a workplace. Therefore, democracy is not necessary. I think what it is, it's about authoritarianism, right? He's saying a workplace is authoritarian. Am I saying that right? I'm losing it. You know when you say a word too much? Okay? He's saying that a workplace is oppressive. And Sargon is saying, but you can leave the workplace. Therefore, the reason Vaush is saying there needs to be democracy is because there's totalitarianism. It's authoritarian, and that's why you need democracy. Sargon is saying, no, you don't need democracy because it's not there is authority, but it's not authoritarian. God, why am I not being able to? Vaush is fighting a straw man of Sargon in the corner, and Sargon is looking at Vaush asking, what are you doing over there? I want Nico to give us a meme or CT to come in and give us a drawing of that. I want that so bad. Oh, that's funny. We should have like I'm gonna do a pink, like a kind of sticky note that is possible cartoon. Ghost. Are we actually only 26 minutes in? I missed the last 2 Vaush streams because Vaush is pain. But 26 minutes of Vaush spread over 12 hours might be tolerable. No, it is. You know what? It's we are 36 minutes in, so that's a whole 10 minutes more. And I thought I would only get through 5 minutes tonight, and we've gotten through 6. So, I've had a lot. This has been the best of them, I think, because it's been very dense, and this is what debate diagram is about, is going through these dense conversations and trying to pick out exactly what somebody is arguing. These are the parts in debates where I want to draw things so badly, because and talk about one block at a time and EFAP it, right? That is exactly why I want to do these things, and that's why I'm loving this one, this part, which last time, if you remember, because, well, you won't remember because you weren't here, guys, but what basically last time I fell apart. I got too tired. It was exhausting. So Vaush equals pain. That was it. It was just so exhausting that because it was a lot of there's a lot of bullshit. So it was very tiring. So I couldn't really dig into this part of the debate. And now that we've done it by itself, it's really been juicy. And I'm not upset about, like previously I was like, Chinsu, you better hurry the fuck up. People are going to be pissed off. I'm like, yeah, well, actually, there's so much here that I'm okay with taking it like this. So maybe what we are doing is refining this to such a point that it's tolerable. Ghost, are we going to finish the whole debate or just go up till a certain part? I'm fine with either. After EFAP, I'm fine with either, but it depends on how this finishes off, because for me this might be the culmination, but yeah, I'll have to listen to it again tomorrow and see what I think, because is there more there that I want to really get through, but also it's a challenge. But then again, so I don't know, I'll make a poll. Should we finish Vaush? And I'll be like, I'll say, is it because I mean, we can finish Vaush over a couple weeks, or should we just not finish it at all? So you're okay with either. So I guess I'm just gonna have to okay with either. Have a third option. Jamais vu what when you don't recognize something familiar. Oh, I remember correctly. Vaush leaves pretty early on SNO stream. The rest is Sargon chilling with it. Please, Ekron, I hope you're right. This is me hugging you, or like putting my hands on your shoulder. I hope you are right, because I was thinking that, because I'm trying to think. That's why I said I need to watch it again tomorrow, because I don't remember much that comes after this. Don't remember where the conversation goes. So, if that's the case, that means we finish it, guys. Okay. I see.
No, you seem to be more hung up on this than I am.
I don't know. You seem to be more hung up on this. He is, which is exactly like Mexican said. He's like, angry face. I think he's amused. Shows amusement. I don't know. He's not even engaging with that question, because he's like, what the fuck are you talking about? I don't know. You seem more, how does he say it? More hung up about this than I am. Yeah, you're the only one that thinks it's relevant, my dude. You're the only one making, you are in the corner with your straw Sargon, and Sargon has just said, what are you doing? He's saying, what did straw man Sargon do to you? Why are you hitting him? I'm not understanding. Paradox, what's up? Do you guys remember when Vaush debated that horse? What? Is there a horse avatar? I'm kind of drunk on laughter right now. It's great. Glad you don't spoil stuff, makes it more fun.
Don't think that, for example, a business is, well, let's assume it's a privately owned business.
Vaush leaves at 3 hours. Fuck off! Andrew, stop! Stop!
Why should it be democratic?
I'm confused here, because earlier...
Why should it be democratic? Businesses, well, let's assume it's a privately owned business. Think that for example, you seem to be more hung up on this than I am. I don't think that for example, a business is...
Okay. So he goes, I think he's going to a new point here. So I'm going to put here. Okay, he's going to some previous example. He goes back to previous example. Return. But if you don't Google Vaush and horses, okay, I won't. My face is confused. It ends when they get to the GQ. The JQ? Just checked.
Well, let's assume it's a privately owned business. Why should it be democratic?
I'm confused.
Okay, small business. Privately owned. Why should it be democratic? I think this is a great question, okay? Because I really think they should have gone and done it if it was asked there in exactly that way. Then we wouldn't have gone on this tirade. But he was trying to do they went to this Germany and whether you could leave or not and whatever. So now we're going back to where this what brought the whether you can leave thing up.
Confused here because earlier we went over the same question. And
yes, we went over the same question and we didn't get anywhere, sir. I'm confused. Oh, feigns confusion. Snarky. Response snarky. With snark. I'm confused. I have great diction, therefore I win the debate. I'm confused. He's a drama kid, isn't he? I'm confused. We went over this question earlier. No, we didn't conclude it, love.
I'm confused here because earlier we went over the same question and I said, why should a country be democratic?
Okay, no. That's not the question. Okay, no, oh god, they're both doing it. Okay, so fine. He wasn't saying I'm confused. We've finished this question. I was mischaracterizing him. Sorry, not sorry. Okay, the point is he finished his point, and now I realize, okay, that's not what he was doing. Went over this question earlier, and I asked whether a country should be, why a country should be, democratic. Okay. And then he's going to say, and you said, blah, blah. And that's not really what they were talking about. Sargon then brought it up. There is a difference between the question of whether a country should be demographic and whether a company should be democratic. Jesus, I only realized after like the third time I said it. Okay, there is a difference between those two questions. They do have the difference between a business and a company, business and a country. They both started with C. Give my brain a break. Okay, the difference between a business and a country is big enough that asking those two questions is different. You can't equate these questions. So Sargon has asked, can I have the small business question, please? And then Vaush said, no, I want the country business, the country question, because then I can say Germany and leaving and blah, blah. Being confused is a Bunnyman reference.
And then we agreed that democracy is generally good because it brings about a greater degree of autonomy where people.
Okay. And then we agreed that democracy is good because it brings about a greater degree of, because it makes people more free. Just relax. Brings about more autonomy. Okay, so
people with the institution a person participates in.
Yeah, but
and then you say of autonomy, where people with the democracy is generally good because it brings about a greater degree of autonomy, where people with the
see a greater degree, more. You could just say more. You don't have to say greater degree.
Institution a person participates in.
Yeah, but
and then you said autonomy, where people with the institution a person participates in.
Autonomy is that a skip, guys? Is that a skip? Because that sentence doesn't make sense, and not in the usual way that sentences don't make sense to me.
Brings about a greater degree of autonomy, where people with the institution.
Where people brings about more autonomy, where people, okay, that is where institutions, or the institutions,
a person participates in.
that person participates in. So he's saying, in general, democracy gives more autonomy in both the individual sense and the institutional sense. Jesus, just say words that mean things. You don't. What I'm saying is, say fewer words that mean the same thing. See, why say few words when many would do the trick? He has been beset by tiredness. Yeah, he stuttered there as well. They both are exhausted.
And then you said, privately owned. But then you said,
country isn't privately owned. Okay, so I'm going to put a little interruption here. Country isn't privately owned. Actually, would it go here? Country isn't privately owned. Okay, you know who's privately owned? You, Vaush. Okay, I'm just going to add another one. Not so privately owned, it's quite public. And then what are you saying, Vaush? After much research, I've determined that words, in fact, do indeed have meanings. Indeed. Words denote objects and concepts.
But people can leave corporations. But then you said, but people.
Yes, this is for real. And he says it in such an angry way. The whole tone. Why are you so angry, bro? But you said, but people can leave an organization. Oh. Did you say organization? Or did you say a corporation? I think it was corporation. Okay. And corporation, because there's only one ever.
Can leave corporations. So then I asked you, how is that relevant? And now.
So I asked you, how is that relevant? Asked how it was relevant.
5 minutes later, we have agreed whether or not you can leave a democratic institution is nothing.
Okay, whether you can leave a democratic. No, that is not what he said. Okay, so I've said this is juicy, right? But all of this has been a waste of time. I mean, everything's a waste of time here. But all of this has been a waste of words. That's not what he meant. Jesus. Now, his argument now, this is his characterization of this is what imaginary Sargon thinks, guys. Okay. Now, and asked how it was relevant. Then you asked if people can leave a corporation. Then we agreed, so I'm just going to say, Then we agreed. I'm going to put it here. And then I'm going to say ascribing agreement to the following. Okay. Okay, we agreed. Let's see what we said.
To do with 5 minutes later, we have agreed whether or not you can leave a democratic institution has nothing to do with whether or not it should be democratic.
Okay, whether or not you can leave a democratic institution doesn't.
Whether or not you can leave a democratic institution has nothing to do with whether or not it should be democratic.
Has nothing to do with whether or not it should be democratic. Should be democratic. Okay, this is the argument that apparently was discussed and brought to light. Okay, I don't believe that that's what they said, and it is a result of not listening. I have a memes. We will for the last 15 minutes we will do meme review.
I don't know. I'm not. Well, no. No, you're right. I'm not saying because you can leave means that it should be democratic, but I don't.
What? You're right. What?
Democratic institution has nothing to do with whether or not it should be democratic.
I don't know. I'm not. Well, no. No, you're right. I'm not.
I don't know. Okay, hold on. I don't think he's listened now. I mean, it doesn't matter. It's true that this is true. It doesn't matter. But that was not the point that he was making. That's what I'm saying. Just because this is true doesn't mean it's the point. Because he was not trying to say that. He was trying to say that that is not a good enough reason. Because you can leave a corporation, you don't need it to be democratic in order to leave. Okay? You don't need it to be democratic in order. Yeah, basically the quibble now is becoming between whether it's authoritarian or not. Did Sargon even have a problem with the inability to leave it? No, I don't think he did. He didn't. It was like his main thing, and unfortunately it was when there was a skip in the stream, because Sargon seems to say you can leave the workplace so it isn't authoritarian, right? That's what it seemed like happened in the break. If you say being able to leave makes it non-authoritarian, then look at the example of the EU. And that is exactly what his point was. It makes it non-authoritarian. You can move freely through, and then also there's a bit of a jump. So maybe he made Sargon agree that the EU is authoritarian. You can move freely through it. It would be wrong for Germany. Okay. Oh, is there more, or was for Germany to implement a Kaiser, but you would just leave if you don't like that? This is the point that they were arguing about. It would be wrong for Germany to implement a king, but you could just leave if you don't like that. But Germany would then be authoritarian. That's not a good argument. You're saying being able to leave makes it non-authoritarian. And son, it is still authoritarian within it. Okay? I guess that's his example. That's what he's trying to say. It's still authoritarian inside the company. But if it isn't, if you can leave it, is it really authoritarian? It isn't. So very much so. That is the agreement. Yes. If you can leave, it's not authoritarian. So if you can leave Germany, it's not authoritarian. It's now become authoritarian inside it, but it's not so authoritarian that you can't leave. a long silence saying it hasn't taken us very far. We haven't gone very far. I know it's only been a few minutes, but we haven't gone far in concept even. It's yeah, it's the prize of the century. Yeah.
Saying because you can leave means that it should be democratic.
See, that is exactly it. They were talking about whether it's authoritarian, whether or not being able to leave makes it authoritarian, not whether it should be democratic. He was asking for reasons that a workplace should be democratic. So Vaush said it's because workplaces are authoritarian, and what Sargon then says is workplaces are not authoritarian. Ta-da! I need to make a marker. Where are you? Okay. Continue.
But I don't really think that it's fair to suggest means that it should be democratic. I'm not. Well, no, no, you're right. I'm not saying because you can leave means that it should be democratic.
Correct. So he agrees. He even says the words, "You're right, Vaush." Look at that. I'm not saying that. If you leave, it's what?
No, I'm not. Well, no, no, you're right. I'm not saying because you can leave means that it should be democratic.
Because you can, if you can leave, because you can leave, it should be. Did you say shouldn't or should, Chinsia?
But well, no, no, you're right. I'm not saying because you can leave means that it should be democratic. But I don't really think that it's fair to suggest that you can just leave a country if you're not happy with the way it's run. I mean, presumably, but that's not
some
always the
countries you
case.
can.
Yeah, I'm sure many countries you can, but that depends on the individual and their personal financial situations. And whether any other
Are you
country is
saying
going
a
to take
person's financial situation can prevent them from leaving a
Oh,
country if they
he's-
don't
oh.
like what's going on there?
Oh, look, he's so excited because that's the reason. That's what he was talking about. He was talking about the plebs, basically. Not the plebs, the serfs not being able to leave because economically they are constricted, right? And now he's excited because he thinks that just because anything that his opponent says that agrees with him, just because of that, that means winning. He thinks, whoa, I've gotcha. He has a gotcha. He wasn't arguing against that. He wasn't saying that. They were arguing about, he actually didn't get to that. He was saying, okay, has that ever happened? That's what he was saying. Has that ever happened? Then they didn't get even further than that. They didn't talk about that. I guess plebs isn't apt to.
Well, there are lots of reasons, but that's certainly one of them.
Okay. Well, have I got a they don't like what's going on there?
Well, there are lots of reasons, but that's certainly one of them.
Okay.
Okay, so he's getting him on record. Okay, clarifies for setup. Okay, so you're agreeing people God, I just want to
leaving a country if they don't like what's going on there. Financial situation can prevent them from leaving a country if they don't like what's going on there.
Well, there are lots of reasons, but that's certainly one of them.
Okay. Well, have I got a word to you about just leaving a business because you don't like how it's managed?
Right.
Now, I'm going to tell you.
Are there people in jobs they don't like, are there?
That was a song by Gordon. So you're agreeing there's people's financial situation may make it. Well, yes, among other reasons, plenty of reasons. but that's one of them. Okay. Agree. Agree expansion. Agrees with expansion. And expands. Okay, so then he's going, haha, boy, have I got something for you with leaving a business when you're not happy it's the way it's run. Can I have the Fanta then? Okay. What did he call it? Have I got? If you're dependent on it. In Vaush's example is you can't just leave your job if you're dependent on it. Also applies to co-ops, by the way. Equin, that's good. Where capitalism? Blaine's like chilling over there doing stuff. He comes back. Have you guys found the capitalism yet?
Oh, quite. Now, I'm going to tell you a business because you don't.
Well, that's certainly one of them.
Okay, well, have I got a word to you about just leaving a business?
Got a word to you. Whatever the fuck that means to you about leaving a business if you're not. I love that, Equin. That is so true. And it's funny, it's like so. Also applies to co-ops. Which also strengthens Sargon's position, which is that democracy, we are stuck in democracy because there's no better way. So if we had to decide, oh, democracy is the best way to run our co-op and what we want a co-op, everyone's a co-op, you still have the trappedness of being dependent on the job. But when it comes to businesses, not countries, there is a better way to run them, which is not democracy. It's elements of democracy.
Because you don't like how it's managed.
Right.
Now, I'm going to tell you.
Are there people in jobs they don't like, are there?
Are there people in jobs they don't like there? I think that he's being facetious now. Are there people in jobs? Snark. Are there people? He better not assert that people will leave if the job. People do leave if their job is bad. It just it varies on how bad a job has to be before you leave. Jobs they don't like. I'm gonna tell you.
Quite a few more than you might want to believe. I'm afraid it's a bit of an epidemic. Actually. Yeah.
Oh my god. I love that. When is he? I love that question as well. When is he opening his co-op? Because I totally want to work with him. Agree. Answer. Yes. Many. Epidemic.
That's mind-blowing, yeah.
So.
What a waste of time. It's mind-blowing. Yeah. A saint. Oh, fuck off. Yeah, mind-blowing. Okay, I need to put a behavioral note in here. Okay? What they're both doing here is denying any sort of gotcha. Okay? So this point of are people in jobs they don't like is supposed to be a gotcha. This whole thing is supposed to be a gotcha. Okay, plenty of reasons, and that's one of them. So Vaush is like, I have presented the own. And Sargon's just like, well, yeah, the people in jobs they don't like. Yes. Oh. So that's supposed to be something that knocks your argument out of the water. But then Sargon goes, cool. Yes, it's mind blowing. So they're both avoiding the implication of this agreement. Not letting the power landing it was supposed to have. Maybe that's possible tactic. Tactic to hone. Don't react like it's a gotcha. Gotcha when it isn't. Childless, 30-year-old plus white woman in HR. And ironically, is a recipe for me leaving a job. I observed that, and no, I'm not going to be in that position long. Oof. Are there lots of those? I mean, I would be a childless HR person if I could, but is that like yeah, I haven't experienced those. Actually, I have. But I lasted long, but that's because I was staying for a reason. What's his example? Can leave. Probably his point would probably be that you can influence a co-op if you don't like something about it. Goes, well, good luck throwing your solitary weight around a company that makes decisions by committee. The problem with debating communism is that it works on small scales that are maximum size. These, yeah, that are the maximum. That's basically with The Last of Us. When you see the Last of Us, like, we're communists in the town there. It's like, yeah, you're not a country. Long. And that's where the thought stops. They assume that that kind of system will just magically work. Why I mentioned white in that? Are they saying women of other races better? Well, I guess you can say, Ghost, there's no need to say that. But it's because the white women are the ones that are supposedly the, woke. I'm so glad I didn't. I almost spilled. This tastes like it's sweeter. It's got no sugar in it, but it tastes sweeter. Yes. You just said whammon. Clip it. What? I say whammon all the time.
So
I
what do we do?
like it when people are happy, generally speaking. I like improving society. I'm big on that conceptually. It seems to me that if we could make an argument.
What's Adam smiling about? Like,
that democratizing the workplace would make people happier and maintain the economic output we currently have, because we don't want to fall behind.
That's the argument there. Yeah, it's mind blowing. Okay, so we just go upwards here. Actually, it does follow on. Let's not be dumb. It does follow on. So we are talking about people being unhappy in their jobs. So he's saying if we make the workplaces democratic, then they'll be happy. Okay. Democratic workplaces. Fewer unhappy people. And he says with the same economic output. That's what he's saying, which there is the contentious issue. And now I'm remembering where this goes. I'm remembering why we sit for up until 3 hours. Because they start fighting about whether co-ops work or not. And basically, Sargon is saying, if co-ops worked, why are there not more co-ops? Why are there not that many? Because if we're talking about the markets, if it was best, then it would thrive, but it doesn't. Is it because there's big mean baddies, or is it because it doesn't work? I've been lurking, my switch has arrived. Yay! Exciting! Send us photos. Oh god, I spat. Send us photos. Adam probably read a silly comment. Yeah, I wish he could put corn Adam on right now, but I think this is pre-corn. Okay, continues. Okay, continues with clarity. Okay, continues economic output. Boom. I wonder if we're going to have,
of course, then that would probably be a pretty cool thing. That's why I'm in favor of economic democracy.
I've got to say, man, I think there are flaws with democracy that would be expanded upon if they were applied to private corporations.
I love that way of wording it. Whew. They could have gotten to this earlier. Okay, that's a very good way of wording it. That is the criticism. That is what it is. It's like, okay, cool. But let's take that idea through and let's evaluate it. Okay? That would be cool. In favor of economic democratic economic democracy.
I understand
that would be expanded upon.
Then that would probably be a pretty cool thing. That's why I'm in favor of economic democracy.
I've got to say, man, I think there are flaws with democracy that would be expanded upon if they were applied to private corporations.
I understand your meaning completely, and I agree there actually are issues sometimes with scaling up of industry when it comes to worker co-ops.
Oh my god, well done! You agreed on a thing. Okay? Disagree? Okay, but then they come around and agree. Problems with democracy would be expanded. Expand in applied to corporations. Okay, and then he actually agrees, guys, it's gonna snow. Wow! Agreement? A nuanced agreement? Woo! Well done, boys. I'm sorry. I was so excited I was putting green there. Agree? Okay, it just got something specific to our situation. Just something specific to your situation. Which doesn't mix well. It's my personal observation. I'm in all black area. Most of the time these types get their position. It's usually because they appeal to a certain racial topics. They're almost always very liberal types. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Ty. Fucking finally. Which doesn't mix well in a manual labor intensive work environment where politics don't matter much, but they bring politics to justify their jobs. Exactly. Ty, do you watch V? He talks a lot about that. Okay, got it. Just something specific to your situation. Okay,
Democratically owned corporations. Thankfully, I've done research.
Oh, here we go, boys. There could be democracy. It comes to scaling. Okay, so from here we could start talking about, well, is scaling necessary? Can we survive with a small economy? Some discussion that could become fruitful and and educational for someone like me. But no, we're just gonna get angry. Okay, so we have 5 minutes. Based Romanian TV. I love him. Okay.
On this subject, and I am happy to inform you that your concerns are unfounded.
Oh, he's so excited. Woo! He's just climaxed with that. Seriously. I'm happy to announce that your butt has receipts. But yes, but actually agrees, but sorry guys. So he agreed that there would be something wrong. There are problems. But now he's saying, yeah, those problems aren't actually founded. Okay. Your concerns aren't founded. Has research proving so. Okay, so then this is gonna get to a shit show because it's gonna be like, oh, which study, da da. Oh gosh, this is gonna be horrible. Vaush found some red meat. Yeah.
Worker co-ops are, generally speaking, more resilient, more productive, better to work at, and overall more successful on average.
Overall more successful, okay? So he's saying they're more successful, on average more better to work at. What was part of this thing?
Then subject, and I am happy to inform you.
Look how excited he is. He's like, woo, I'm getting hot under the collar.
That your concerns are unfounded. Worker co-ops are, generally speaking, more resilient, more productive.
More resilient. that's a fun. That's it's just co-ops. Co-ops are more resilient. Which wow, okay. Better to work at. More successful on average, whatever that means. Yeah, Sargon didn't even specify what those flaws of democracy are. Vaush, you're wrong because research. Yeah, exactly. He said there's problems. The next logical step would be, what are the problems?
Better to work at, and overall more successful on average than privately owned corporations.
He's enjoying reading this. I'm telling you, he's privately owned.
In spite of the fact that they have faced substantial systemic discrimination, particularly from loan vendors and from banks here in this country.
Wow, we had to bring in some victimology here. Wow, 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 wow. Despite, so we're going to bring in some other things. Despite being systemically, woo, buzzword, discriminated against by loan. So basically, the loan people have this thing against co-ops. They are racist against co-ops.
Who aren't willing to, particularly from loan vendors and from banks here in this country.
Isn't it because it's more dangerous to loan to a co-op because it might not be successful? That's probably why, because there's risk involved and people are like, yeah, that's difficult. That's probably not going to work. Oopsie.
Who aren't willing to test the co-op model. In spite of that fact.
Why don't they?
So it's, bro, oh my god. Translation, real co-ops haven't been tried before. Yeah. Guys, co-ops haven't been tried properly. That's why they haven't taken over the world.
just outcompete the privately owned model.
See, that's what I'm saying. Why don't they outcompete? His major point here, and this goes on for several minutes now. The major point, and I think we'll end on this one so that we can go to meme review. The main point here is, oh wait, we could get 1 more minute in. Okay, we're gonna get 1 more minute in, because if we do that, then we've got 40 minutes. We've done 10 whole minutes. Okay, so why don't they just outperform all the privately owned corporations? Okay, disagree. Well, questions validity.
Because the privately owned model makes one person at the top a lot more money, and it is
Because, okay, his answer is, and I would like to understand it. Because the privately owned makes one person at the top rich but more wealthier.
usually that person at the top who has the impetus at the top a
model.
Because the privately owned model makes one person at the top a lot more money, and it is
the top a lot more money. Okay, usually the person at the top who has the impetus oh, you're so smart, Vaush.
Usually that person at the top who has the impetus to go ahead and make the business to begin with.
To go ahead and make the business to begin with. Okay? I'm following. So the person who makes the most money is the one that started the business. But now it's going to be, oh no, the means of production.
Whether or not we naturally gravitate towards a more ethical system does not mean we should not move towards a more ethical system.
But that
what, did I miss something?
Humans in a more ethical system begin with. Whether or not we naturally has the impetus to go ahead and make the business to begin with.
Okay. So based upon this is supposed to logically follow. And I'm trying to figure out how. Come on, Miro, we are almost there, bro. Come on. Catch up. Catch up, catch up, catch up. Yeah. It follows. Come on, you can do it. I'm not sure if it's behind or if I haven't clicked properly. There we go. Oh. Okay. Logically follows that whether or not we naturally gravitate towards a more ethical system. I can understand what he's saying here. But he's wrong. Oh my god, please. It was picking up the zoom in and out, but now it's not picking up my clicks. Dude, are we on command palette? No, board. Move to preferences, grid, navigation device. Mouse! It's not auto switch, that's what. Maybe that will help. my god, let me do this. Escape. Thank you. I got stuck somehow on the handprint. Okay. Naturally gravitate towards a more ethical doesn't mean we shouldn't change to that system. Sure, for sure. That doesn't mean we shouldn't, but doesn't it mean that it's not possible? Okay? Should versus could. Isn't that's the question? Vaush's use of words is off. I don't think he's using the best words here. I understand what he's saying, but it's like the behest example. Yeah, it's that's the thing. In his quest to say the biggest words, he's not using like what the impetus. Is that what you're talking about? Yeah. Sad to hear you're wrapping up, honestly. Thanks for making packing fudge more tolerable, though. Wait. Are you really literally doing that, Scalente? Because that's great. I love fudge. I really do. I mean, who doesn't? Is not telling you, Vaush is not telling you what Vaush is not telling you is success is based on job creation and retention and other ancillary metrics most companies don't consider to be the primary criterion for success. Okay. Should change that system. Okay, change that system. We have 50 seconds more.
Whether or not we naturally gravitate towards a more ethical system does not mean we should not move towards a more ethical system.
But that
humans in their natural state will just
doesn't
rape and murder
question.
each other.
Humans in their natural state will just... Okay, so I'm just going to put here for our interruption. I think we've started connection restored. Is it? Is it so? Oh, it picked up. It thought that there's two of me. It picked up 2 sessions. I saw myself. Oh, I saw myself reflected. So I'm going to put Sargon's that doesn't answer the question. Okay. And then he's interrupted. Okay, sorry, let's make you put. Let's get another one. Hey, calm down. Okay. Doesn't answer the question, and then he's like, humans in their natural form. Continues interrupting. Despite Sargon. That doesn't. Humans in their natural form, natural state, will rape and murder each other. Okay. Okay, fine.
Doesn't answer my question. If worker co-ops are so much more productive than privately owned business, why don't they just defeat the privately owned businesses?
He's asking the question, why don't they? He's saying that the question is irrelevant. Vaush is saying the question is irrelevant. Repeats. Maybe I'll do this. Repeats. Go here. There we go. Just to show we went, yep. Oh, you didn't hear that, did you?
Because corporations running more efficiently doesn't mean they're going to beat out other industries. That's not how our economy works.
What? Because corporations... That sounded like word salad. Sorry, just corporations...
Business. Why don't they just defeat the privately owned businesses?
I'm just going to put here. Why don't co-ops just defeat privately owned businesses. He doesn't make it easy for him to understand, because if you don't understand it, you can call yourself stupid, or you can feel stupid and not challenge him.
Because corporations running more efficiently doesn't mean they're going to...
Running more efficiently, sorry, I have to do this. Running more efficiently doesn't
beat out other industries. That's not
doesn't
how our... Corporations running more efficiently doesn't mean they're going to beat out other...
doesn't mean they're going to beat out other industries. I don't think the word industries should be used there.
Industries. Because corporations running more efficiently doesn't mean they're going to beat out other industries. That's not how our economy works.
Really? Why not?
Yeah, other industries, that's not... I would like him to, I would want to just him to explain himself more, because how is that not how free markets, basically, how that works? How is that, how? What is he saying, that that you don't have to be the best to function? Answers somewhat. No, don't just say answers, Chinsei. You're being a bitch.
Because there are a number of market failures. For example, if you have privately owned corporations, that probably means that whoever owns it is going to be exorbitantly wealthy, at least with the larger corporations. Exorbitantly wealthy people usually...
What does that mean? How is it? Okay, so you're saying, how so? Well, how is that? Basically, how so? I know you didn't say it that way. I'm just, maybe just because I know. Okay. Question for clarity. Okay, how so? How is that not... this looks like word salad. And word salad that has meaning, but it's unnecessary. So, yeah, okay, so here we go. And this session refuses to end, eh?
Have connections with business wealthy, at least with the larger corporations, that probably means market failures. For example...
Because...
Really, why not?
Because there are a number of market failures.
Because there are no... I'm doing this sentence by sentence. Because there are a number of market failures. Okay? Fragments. I don't know what he means by that. I'd want to know.
For example...
For example. No, you bitch! For example.
If you have privately owned corporations, that probably...
If you... Okay, so he's saying by market failure, he means failures in the market system, not failure as in literal failure of companies. If you have, or is that... I don't know, that might be what you're saying, it might not be. If you have privately owned corporations. Sorry, I've talked myself out of remembering what
market
he said.
failures. For example, if you have privately owned corporations, that probably means that whoever owns it is going to be exorbitantly wealthy.
Okay. Whoever owns it. See how I can already can't take words away from what he's saying and it still means the same thing. And if I can do that, okay, whoever owns it is probably exorbitantly wealthy. Okay, that's the failing.
At least with the larger corporations, exorbitantly wealthy people usually have connections with businesses.
Okay. such people usually have connections with businesses,
corporations, and
Yes.
people usually have connections with businesses and corporations and
Yes.
politicians.
businesses and corporations. What are you, Tim Pool? And politicians. Oh, it's the politicians. It's all a conspiracy, God.
And it is for that reason that there was an enormous amount of lobbying money pumped into Washington every year to specifically favor the financial interests of privately owned corporations.
Okay. Because of this, lobbying money is funneled into, I'm just going to say politics, to protect of private corporations. So basically he's saying government bad, that's it. They keep it.
Whereas the cooperatively owned corporations have essentially no power in Washington.
Do they maybe not have power because they're not valuable? Co-ops have no value, have no power, connections, power connections. And what does that mean?
One of the reasons for this is because the economic stratification that comes alongside private ownership models typically lends itself towards a stratification of power that increases the likelihood of success within a system that already has.
Dude, just say it compounds the success. Don't fuck around like this. Okay, I'm leaving this at 40 minutes. Okay, and I'm going to 40 minutes, let's say 15 seconds, because I'm going to have to come back and see. Maybe we do something different where I can spend some time tomorrow mapping this by myself, see what it's like, and then I can take you through it. Let's see, I don't know what tomorrow, I don't know, maybe, no, I want to make a video. So let me do that before I spend time doing this, more of this. Okay, boys and girls, we did well. Look how much we did. Okay. Woof. We had to make the dark mode bigger and bigger. This is all today, guys. This is all today. This whole thing over here was today. And we can actually see it because there's going to be black writing. You see, yeah, all of that. Come far out, far out. This over here, all of this over here was today. Juicy, 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 juicy. It's, oh, okay, relax, it's okay. Look, Miro is brilliant, so let it, I understand this scrolling is a problem, so you just chill over here, okay? I'm going to minimize you so you can maybe save. Vaush leaves at about 3:19, okay? And the last topic is the joke cube, okay? So, thank you for that, Andrew. Hey, Flaccid, here late, but just had to come in and smash the like button. Thank you, Flaccid, please do so. We have just finished up, but I fear that Nico has memes, and we have reached the end time. But why not? Let us find the. Let's see the Discord. Wait, what can I close here? Okay, I will close you. I think you've saved. There we go. And chat, you need to still appear. Thank you. And just give me another one here. No, actually, I don't need that. I need Discord. Maybe I didn't shut it down, so maybe it won't take forever. Also, switches are in the random pics channel, so we shall see that now. Hit it, everyone! I do have memes, yes. Oh, it's downloading an update. I need to make another just chatting one, but let's just see. Do you have your own Discord server? Yes, I do. Haven't you seen it, Equin? Yes, Discord meme scene. That's what I was thinking, Andrew. Installing update 1 of 15. All for Nico. We love his memes that much. And also we need to see the switches. Oh my god, it's taking forever. Join us, degenerates, yes. I'm gonna change the name to Debate Diagram Degenerates, not Debate Diagram Debauchery. I like that. I like that, Nico. It's still stuck. And if I go onto the browser Discord, it's gonna ask me to log in again. Oh, it's on 5. 15, 10, 13, 15. Checking. Wee. I'm never on Discord, but I'll try to catch up on it. Yeah, Discords can just sit and lie stagnant, but we've had some fun in the past few weeks there. So I really enjoy it. Did you know to quickly edit your most recent? Yeah, okay, cool. Very nice. Thank you for the... Okay, let us go back to our other scene. And I will take the debate diagram window and make it a Discord. Okay, let's see. Where are we? So this was this I'm trying to zoom in, but actually I can't. Let me go like this. Oops. There. Can't stop the knocking over for your costliest possession. So this was from the beginning where Daisy yeeted a can and scared the shit out of me. This is what her face looked like. Yeah. What is this? This is that horse thing. Know the work rules. Looking good, sugar. Oh, you're sweet. Looking good, sugar. Hello, human resources. Because you're not pretty enough. Okay, the fool. Oh no. Why is your shit? Is democracy good? Sargon versus Vaush. Capitalism versus... I like that one. That's my favorite so far. Capitalism versus socialism. It's like, guys. It's beautiful. Sargon. Yeah, this is it. There it is. There's the one that Andrew's like, Sargon, Vaush is fighting the imaginary Sargon. Democracy is perfect. I mean, is it? It's been remains to be seen. Oh god. Oh, he's after you. Ghosts. Zombies. Not scary, not scary. Nuclear apocalypse. Staying on topic. Sargon and Vaush. Hey, and me as well. Worker co-ops. Oh my god. Worker co-ops, more utopia. Corporate needs you to find the differences between this picture and this. I hated this meme trend, but I like it applied here. Vaush, they're the same picture. Yeah, they're the same. It's all good. Are you on 9gag, Nico? I'll follow you on 9gag. Not that I'm going on 9gag a lot these days. How you expect to feel after completing Vaush debates? How you actually feel after a Vaush debate? Listen, we will come back to this because we are going to finish it. Either I will finish it by myself and let you know, or you will finish it with me. All women are queens. Oh God, is this a short? Let's see. I don't think you'll have audio. No, it is. Okay, you guys won't hear. Hold on, I'll do it. Microsoft Edge. I'll just do it here. Chrome, discord.exe. I just need to add one. Discord. Okay, you'll hear it now. I'll restart. No, you won't. Discord's just not called that anymore. Desktop audio. Here we go. Let's just do this. I think it's on game. Check.
Queens! If she breathes, she's a god!
If she breathes, she's a what? She's a me think, why waste time say lot word when few word do trick. Right? Debate advice from Vaush. Ah, that's good. Random picks. It's time for. Oh, what's happening in Pokemon Go? Did somebody give me their friend code? Be my friend. Oh, what? The new ones. Look here. Oh, okay, you can't hear me sing, but I'm singing opera for you. Wow. Oh, but now, wait. What will be the... I want to see the other side because of the purple. It's so perfect. And this is the boxes that came in. Custom switches, jelly purple. Purple's the best, man. I like that logo that they have. Sorry. There. Okay, here, linears have a smooth feel while tactiles have feedback. Hard to show on video. Okay, let's see.
Linear. Tactile. Clicky.
Oh, I can hear the difference for that one. Let's go back. I like this. Okay.
Linear. Tactile.
Okay, it's like a different note.
Clicky.
Okay, I'm stripping that audio and making a song. Okay, so that's gonna make me distracted tomorrow. Hello. I love that Control Z. It used to not be possible on Stream Elements to do that on OBS. To do Control Z of the movement and stuff. Ladies and gentleherds, we have come to the end of the stream. Thank you for making it through with me. Thank you for the patience with me as well as the hosts and as the debaters. Thank you for the awesome discussions that you had in chat, because this chat is the best chat. So welcome if you're new. Enjoy. And yeah, this has been a good one. I enjoyed this way more than the previous two because I don't know. I just didn't worry too much about getting through it. But thank you guys for coming through. And we will have fun in the next All Women Are Queens versus If She Breathes, She's a Thought. Oh, okay, there we go. I understand. Okay, understand. Are those 3D printed? No, I don't think so, but maybe. Okay. 9gag, holy hell, used to troll there in middle school. Dude, if you go back there, go into your account, you will be like some sort of god because you've been part of 9gag for like thousands of days. But if you you won't have the streak because people then have a streak. They count streaks now. And if you get to like 1,000 days in a row that you've been on 9gag, it's like, woo! So I broke my streak a while ago. But anyway, like your shop, and I wouldn't call it shop, but I'm glad that you found it shop. Thank you. Oh, yes, that's another thing. Thank you, everybody, for making the effort to understand what I'm trying to say. A lot of the time, I'm still trying to figure it out as I'm thinking, as I'm speaking, I'm thinking, and you guys have a lot of patience with that. I really appreciate that. Game stream, that will be, I will try and do that on Saturday and Sunday, if I can, because it's a long weekend for me. So it would be fun. Game stream will be next stream, and I think we might do a palette cleanse on Tuesday and then do another Vaush on Thursday. So let's see how that goes. On YouTube? No, I game stream on Twitch. It just seems, look, if you, I'm going to also just, as I put more videos on my channel, I'll put the gaming videos like in an archive or whatever. I'll unlist them. Yeah, so the YouTube will be the debate stuff and the Twitch will be the gaming stuff. Yeah, Monster Hunter, yes! Are you gonna play? You can play with me? Monster Hunter Rise or Monster Hunter. I'll play Monster Hunter World with you if you want to. But we're friends. We're friends on PlayStation. So yeah, we can. So speak on the Discord. Oh, I don't have MRI on. No, cool. Then we do Monster Hunter World. I've still got a mission in Monster Hunter World, and it will be great to play Monster Hunter World just after Monster Hunter Rise, see the difference a little bit. So what I want to do in Monster Hunter World is do 100 kills on each weapon type. And obviously when you're a main of some weapon, you're going to have thousands. But I want to do 100 on each weapon type. And I think I've got like 4 or 5 weapons to go. And there's one that's like on 0. I don't think I've killed a monster with it. So, yeah, I still have to do that. So I think I might have to do Monster Hunter streams in between Monster Hunter World streams, in between Monster Hunter Rise streams. Anyway, Charge Blade Man! Yes, I love Charge Blade. Oh my god. It's my favorite too. Ah, sorry, I went too close to you, camera. Got a bit scared. Anyway, everybody who doesn't play Monster Hunter or Monster Hunter World, Monster Hunter Rise, fuck off. Okay? Actually don't. Come to us. Play with us. It's amazing. Take care and have a good one. Thank you. Take care, everybody. Oh, wait. I need to have 2 of the things up so that I can say goodbye without it being awkward. Okay. Bye. Have a nice night.